partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by CII-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by CII-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. CII-Exim Bank's advisory services program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. CII-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned CII-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. CII-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. CII-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's advisory services program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the 18th CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership, Creating One Future. We're looking forward to this day once again, and to many sessions that are going to be really worth your while. And I'd like to now invite all our guests for the first session on fostering value chains in agriculture and food processing. May I invite our delegates for our speakers for this session to please join us on the dais. You have to sit on the left side of the room. We'll now start with this session, Fostering Value Chains in Agriculture and Food Processing. To begin the session, I'd like to invite Mr. S. Kuppuswamy, Co-Chairman, CII Africa Committee and Advisor Group Finance and Special Projects, Shapurji Palanji Group. May I invite you, sir, to give the opening remarks and moderate the session. Over to you.
Excellencies on the dais, distinguished guests and audience, friends, His Excellency Mr. Charles Mela, Minister of Agriculture, Gabonese Republic, His Excellency Abakar Issa Ramadan, Minister Secretary of State for Production and Food Processing in Republic of Chad, Mr. Puneet Kundal, Joint Secretary, External Affairs, and I do acknowledge here the presence of His Excellency Mr. Super Zuma, MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development in KwaZulu-Natal Province. It's a pleasure to be chairing and moderating this session on agriculture today. While talking of the eminence of agriculture, Thiruvalluvar says, a nation which produces more than the others in agriculture controls most nations. Pala kudai neezhalum tangudai keezh kaanbar alagudai neezhalavar. India, in my younger days, had gone through troubled times. In fact, we are recipients of the PL 488. Many of you might not be aware of it also. But we underwent a process of green revolution, white revolution, and blue revolution in the fields of agriculture, milk production, and fish production. Our agriculture stands transformed today, so much so that we talk about even withstanding the ill effects of El Nino. The whole world today talks about the El Nino and what it could foretell for monsoons. However, we still have a long way to go, but we have made tremendous progress, which we are happy to share with our brethren in Africa and also learn from them. In fact, one of my trips to Africa, an African nation, I was pleasantly surprised to hear that palm oil was something that we had learned from Africa. India, with its remarkable progress in agriculture productivity, is well positioned to redouble its efforts to share its high-level expertise and knowledge, igniting a new era of agriculture development in Africa. Strengthening of value chains in farm mechanization, irrigation, food processing, and agriculture research, India has been playing a pivotal role in promoting the use of AAA technologies, affordable, appropriate, and adaptable, in agriculture and food processing in Africa. The potential for collaboration between Africa and India in agriculture sector is vast. We can make significant contributions to boosting the agriculture productivity in Africa by sharing our expertise. Of course, as in every other field, finance is a problem, is an issue. However, I am very happy to see that multilateral and bilateral assistance for the field of agriculture takes prominence over other fields. I would like to happily share with you that my own group, the Shapoorji Pallonji Group, is today engaged in a project for Cameroon, where irrigation development over 10,000 hectares of land and increasing the productivity of rice is the objective. Several Indian companies have taken lead in this. One key opportunity lies in food processing, as the food market is expected to reach more than 1 trillion by 2025 at an expected compound annual growth rate of 11.6%. Indian companies have done a lot and can contribute to this. When considering Indian investments in agriculture and food processing in Africa, it is important to identify key focus areas that can yield immediate, instant results. Farm mechanization, which is something which can reduce the drudgery and improve productivity. Irrigation. Similarly, investments in agriculture research and development is crucial for promoting innovation. Making agriculture more environment friendly and climate resistant, as I mentioned about El Nino, should be a priority for both India and Africa. Yesterday, the Honorable Minister from DR Congo mentioned that Africa could be the food basket for the world. It's a hope for humanity. If this goal has to be realized, India and Africa ought to collaborate a lot more than what they do today in the field of agriculture more than any other. Thank you very much. With these few words, I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Alok Bisaria, Executive Director, Rice Exports Association, to speak a few words. I request speakers to confine themselves to 5 minutes each, please.
Excellencies on the dais, dignitaries present, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to speak a few words before this august presence and to say that India has been on a tremendous growth path for agriculture. Since independence in 1947, the founding fathers and the farmers and the brain, what we call bureaucracy in India, worked consistently, tirelessly, with full stream and full steam to take India to where it is today. India has worked in agriculture not only on growing arable land area size, making irrigation available, it also worked on production and productivity. So if you look at present productivity, we do almost 4 times higher than what we were doing about 5 decades before. Look at production today, I mean, from abysmal about 35 million metric ton that we were doing for rice when we became independent, today we do about 130 million metric ton. Even if we look at the figure of last about 10, 12 years from 2011 till date, there is about 30% growth in rice production, and there's about 165% growth in rice exports. Today, India, with pride, we could say as Indians, is the #1 exporter of rice in the world. As a matter of fact, of the 5 rice economies that operate in terms of supply, excepting United States of America, 4 of them are in Asia, and we are the #1, India. I would like to assure all our visiting dignitaries from Africa, given history and the friendly relationship that we have with Africa and the Government of India's support, India could be your dependable partner, is your dependable partner for all your food safety and food security needs. Government of India and people of India, the farmers of India, are knowledge powerhouse in agriculture. We know today Africa is struggling with abysmal agricultural growth rate, and with their self-sufficiency agenda on the top of their mind, I think a collaboration with India could be wonderful on this. I would like to conclude here with the word that yesterday a speaker was talking of bilateral trade which happens between India and Africa to the tune of about 100 million metric ton. We, as an exporter of non-basmati rice, we could say with pride that we contributed about 3.5% to that this thing. And that's all is history. We presently feed about 51 countries only with non-basmati rice. And if you look at Africa, about 54% of our non-basmati rice goes only to Africa. We did about $6.2 billion worth of exports of non-basmati rice in last fiscal, which makes it about astronomical figure of about $4 billion, which has gone only to Africa. So there's immense potential for doing things. Government of India is very supportive of these countries, and they're very supportive of the industry as well. Despite this pressure on feeding 130 million people living in India, the Government of India still lifts up to its commitment for bilateral commitments to countries which are deficient in agriculture, who needs rice, and they still make provision for sending rice from India by whatever arrangements. So we are all out for Africa, and the industry is out. We as a Rice Exporters Association, CG, are at your service. Anything that we could do to Government of India or to people of Africa and the dignitaries will be a pleasure. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Can you hear me? I now request Mr. Rahul Srivastava, Head Trading Agriculture, Tata International, to make his presentation.
Excellencies on the dais, distinguished officials from the governments, delegates and friends. I represent Tata International agriculture business, which is yet evolving with respect to Africa. We've been here for about 10 years in terms of an agri-business, and we've been operating in Africa for about 5. We started off in Uganda and now have aspirations of stepping into geographies both in the eastern and western parts of Africa. We believe there is tremendous potential to be exploited with regards to agriculture business, both in terms of imports from Africa and exports into Africa. So at this juncture, the business that I work for is exporting rice and sugar into Africa. I think India's been at the forefront of both these commodities in the last few years. From Africa, I believe this supply chain has capabilities to service growing Indian demand in terms of protein, which includes pulses, fats, in terms of palm oil, and other commodities like soybeans, of which the imports into the country have been growing in the last few years, and we believe this will continue to grow as the Indian demand expands. Coming to my thoughts on what we can do for each other, we believe there is significant complementary capabilities that we have as India and Africa, which will go very far in terms of capacity building on both sides and securing food needs of both sides. It will help both sides in servicing the availability, accessibility, and affordability aspects of food in either geography. In terms of Africa, I think this has been oft said, but I'd like to repeat it. Africa's got great potential in terms of the arable land availability, in terms of the working age population, which is expanding at a rapid pace. And for these reasons, Africa has the capability to grow from where it is now to a very significant share of the global food markets and those of India. What are the challenges that Africa faces currently is probably addressable with the capabilities that India has built over the years in terms of growing its own food security. In terms of productivity, India's done a great job in the last 2-3 decades, growing cultivation of cereals, in terms of oil seeds, in terms of proteins. So I think there is something that can be made available from the India side, and I think governments at both ends are working on that aspect. There is technology input that could come from India. There is seed technologies which have evolved in the country, and of course, the ability to build viable supply chains within the country. And then I think one need is for micro financing to bear root and take over. If small and medium enterprise activity has to pick up, which of course what will contribute to the growth that we are talking of. And then I would think that the governments in Africa would need to work on expanding large-scale farming structures, which will help in the growth of the potential that Africa has. India, from its side, I think businesses in India have, over the last few years, been working at investing into Africa. We have examples of Ruchi Soya, which has gone and acquired soybean capacities on lease along with cultivable land. We have examples in terms of Olam, which is in Gabon for cultivation of palm oil. So I think those are only a few examples. There is a lot of potential, and we would be willing as Tata to partner with Africa on that potential and take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. You rightly touched upon the need to leverage the 65% of world's uncultivated arable land that is available in Africa, and accounting for almost 20% of sub-Saharan GDP that agriculture is. You also talked about seed technology in India and the need to take it to Africa. Reverse also could be true in some cases, as I mentioned, palm. Thank you very much. May I now request Mr. Puneet Kundal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs. He joined the Foreign Service in 1996. He has served innings in Cairo, Muscat, Bangladesh, Belgium, Kathmandu, Cape Town, Washington, and Tunisia, where he was the ambassador. I request Mr. Kundal to know, please.
Thank you. 5 minutes? Stopwatch. Your Excellencies, on the dais, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just, within the limited time I have, I would just like to speak about where agriculture is in Africa from our perspective, what are the problems that we see from our side, and what have we been doing about it, purely on a bilateral level. I would love to speak about the multilateral aspect of it as well, but that would take certainly more time. Let me begin by saying that there is no doubt in anybody's mind today that agriculture will continue to be a very important pillar for the health, stability, and even sovereignty of any country. We are now at a time when the post-pandemic recovery is proving difficult due to supply chain disruptions, due to the prolonged debt crisis, and the pressures on energy, food, and fertilizer due to the geopolitical conflicts and tensions. Climate change also continues to make its impact felt in a very negative way, and it has a disproportionate impact on the least developed countries, most of whom are in Africa. A large portion of African countries' GDP comes from agriculture. Just to put things in perspective, 1/5 of sub-Sahara Africa's economic output, for example, depends on agriculture. Now, agricultural supply chains have also suffered because of the recent shocks that the world economy has seen. Therefore, it is the one that is really in need of a great deal of resuscitation, if I may call it that. Modernizing Africa's agriculture in the face of changing climate will require significant investment. Investments in irrigation, of course, as you could understand, would increase the likelihood that farmers can maintain yields even when weather is unfavorable. Better roads can connect markets, which would help farmers sell their crops at a fair price. Improvement in the functioning of seed production and systems will provide farmers with new varieties of drought-resistant seed. And upgraded crop storage facilities would prevent spoilage and food wastage. These are, of course, problems that any country would face. Therefore, it's just not upgradation of agriculture. You can see its immediate link with the upgradation of infrastructure. Now, the African Development Bank has estimated that Africa is in need of about $170 billion per year, out of which only about 70 can be generated locally. Therefore, there's a clear shortfall about $100 billion every year that the continent of Africa faces. On climate adaptation, between 2016 and 2019, Africa received about $18.3 billion in climate finance, but it is looking into a clear shortfall of $1.3 trillion for the period 2020 to 2030, the period that we are in now. Therefore, there is immediately a need that one can say in terms of the broad structure of where the agriculture is placed. Coming to the topic of today, which is fostering value chains, let me begin by the example that there's a large need for value addition to African produce. Let me take three crops: cocoa, cotton, and cashew. These are the three main cash crops for Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa. In the case of cocoa, sub-Saharan Africa, especially the countries such as the Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Cameroon, and Nigeria, they produce over 70% of the global output. However, 75% of it is exported in its raw form. Just about 25% gets value added in Africa. Cotton, which is another mainstay of West Africa's agricultural sector, 70% of the crop is exported raw. Just about 30% stays back. I read somewhere that a farmer growing cotton in Africa may well be wearing the cotton he has produced, the shirt of that cotton, without knowing that this is his own cotton. I mean, that's the state. Cashews, the case is even worse. Just about 5% of it gets processed within Africa, 95% of it gets exported. The political will to improve things exists. Agriculture will remain to be the focus for the politics of Africa. These political will is expressed, say, in the African Union's Agenda 2063. It is also expressed in the African Union Summit Decision on Accelerated Agricultural Growth and Transformation. The Africa Food Summit, titled Feed Africa, Food Sovereignty and Resilience, that was held in January of this year, it spoke about raising African agriculture output from $280 billion to $1 trillion by 2030. When you have the political will, there has to be a way. And I think one such path, a clear path, is being offered by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We are happy that the Secretary General of the AFCFTA is in India for the conclave. A heartiest welcome to him as well. The AFCFTA has been working on with its focus on intra-regional trade rather than international exports. This could provide a framework to build cross-border agricultural value chains, to link together production and consumption zones across Africa, and process the commodities in the most efficient hubs. This really can help to put African value addition industries on a more stable footing and integrate various actors into the agricultural value chain, which includes farmers to start with. Bilaterally, I would draw your attention to what Prime Minister Modi pointed out in his speech to the Ugandan Parliament in July 2018. He had noted that Africa has 60% of the world's arable land, 60%, but produces just 10% of the global output. There is a mismatch here. We, from our side, have bilaterally done a lot of cooperative work with Africa. We have entered into bilateral agreements, including in the field of agriculture, to boost Africa's agriculture production, to help African agriculture stand on its own feet. We have also entered into the supply side arrangements. For example, we have mutually beneficial arrangements to buy tur dal, pigeon peas, from Malawi, Mozambique, and work is underway for such beneficial arrangements with other countries. We have also been contributing towards training and capacity building of African countries through our programs such as the ITEC, which is the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, through the Cotton Technical Assistance Program of the World Bank. But we have also exported food grains both on assistance and commercial basis, even during the peak COVID period when the rest of the world had shut their doors to food exports. The private sector of India, and let me just say that the Indian economy is basically a private sector driven economy. The Indian private sector has moved into Africa in a big way. Irrigation, farm tools, mechanization, food processing, seeds, and indeed food crops and growing of food crops and other high value items such as fruits and vegetables has been the focus of our industry in Africa. The year 2023 has also been designated by the UN as the year of millets. It is a crop that was forgotten and has again been found. We have offered our assistance to all the African countries to help them revive or grow or concentrate on millets which are climate resistant, which can meet the nutritional benefits, the needs of the people. And indeed, we have taken the lead ourselves by focusing more on growing and consuming millets. Ladies and gentlemen, for Africa, all I can say is that our destiny in the past was connected. It has been linked by geography and the monsoon winds that have enabled trade to go on between India and Africa. 500 years before even Vasco da Gama discovered India. And it will continue to do so in the future. On behalf of the Government of India, I would like to assure the honorable ministers and the audience that we will never be found wanting whenever Africa has any demands. We will never forget that it is the Indian Ocean that unites the two continents, India, the subcontinent of India and the continent of Africa. We will continue to foster these relations to the best of our capability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kundal. So you so beautifully dramatized the lack of value chain development in Africa by saying cotton farmer in Africa might be wearing a shirt made of his own produce without knowing it. You also touched upon the need for millets production, which today is a theme in India also. Thank you very much. I now request His Excellency Mr. Abakar Issa Ramadan, currently serving as the Minister Secretary for State for Production and Food Processing in the Republic of Chad, to deliver his address, please.
Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Messieurs les panélistes, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos rangs, grades et qualités, tout protocole observé. C'est un grand plaisir pour moi de prendre la parole à la 18e édition du conclave CII-Exim Bank pour la croissance et le partenariat Inde-Afrique. Qu'il me soit permis de remercier vivement au nom du gouvernement tchadien le gouvernement indien pour sa noble initiative de faire de notre continent une Afrique résiliente et souveraine en matière de sécurité alimentaire. Nous exprimons également nos sincères gratitudes au gouvernement indien et à la Fédération des industries indiennes du commerce pour l'hospitalité et l'accueil chaleureux. La 18e édition du conclave de la banque CII-Exim Bank pour la croissance et le partenariat Inde-Afrique est un événement d'envergure internationale et d'importance capitale qui ne fait que renforcer la coopération entre l'Afrique et l'Inde qui sont réellement de partenaires de longue date. Le Tchad félicite et salue l'initiative indienne à travers le leadership de l'honorable Premier ministre Narendra Modi, ayant abouti à la proclamation de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies de l'année 2023, l'année internationale du millet, majoritairement consommé par nos pays, et plus particulièrement au Tchad. Je voudrais également saisir cette occasion qui m'a été offerte pour vous présenter brièvement mon pays, le Tchad. C'est un pays d'Afrique centrale situé au centre de l'Afrique avec une superficie de 1 284 000 km², où vivent 18 millions d'habitants. Les ruraux représentent 80% de la population. Dans le domaine de l'agriculture, nous avons 3 grandes zones écologiques qui sont la zone soudanienne, la zone sahélienne et la zone saharienne, où on cultive plusieurs variétés de céréales, du mil, des arachides, ainsi de suite, et du sésame. Les principaux atouts et opportunités que dispose notre pays dans le domaine agro-silvopastoral sont d'abord de réserves importantes en eau souterraine estimées à plus de 540 milliards de mètres cubes d'eau. Nous avons 39 millions d'hectares de terres cultivables, dont 5,6 millions aménageables en périmètre agricole et 435 000 facilement irrigables. Plus de 84 millions d'hectares de pâturage pour le cheptel, qui est estimé à plus de 100 millions de ruminants. 23 millions de forêts qui abritent une faune abondante et variée, le tout constitue un important patrimoine pour la biodiversité. Le Tchad compte un réseau hydrographique dense et diversifié, composé essentiellement des lacs, des rivières et de fleuves, dans lequel on compte plus de 178 espèces de poissons, pour une production annuelle de plus de 250 000 tonnes par an. Des grandes plaines d'inondations temporaires offrant des possibilités de culture, de décrue et de pâturage en contre-saison. Dans le domaine de l'élevage, le Tchad possède 137 millions de têtes de bétail, toutes espèces confondues, réparties comme suit: ovins 41 millions 771 000, caprins 43 735 000, bovins 33 900 000, camélins 9 401 000, assins 4 115 000, porcins 3 312 000, équins, enfin équins 101 397 000. Malgré cette potentialité, le Tchad importe les produits laitiers, faute d'usines de transformation et de matières premières sur place, et également exporte sur pied les bétails vers les pays voisins. De l'analyse de la situation agricole, il ressort plusieurs goulots d'étranglement en ce qui concerne la production, le stockage, la transformation, le conditionnement et la commercialisation. Dans le domaine de la production, il fallait compter avec l'effet néfaste du changement climatique sur le système de production, ayant pour conséquence la baisse du rendement des cultures, la faible capacité de mobilisation et de gestion des ressources en eau de surface et les difficultés d'accès des producteurs aux intrants et aux matériels de production agricole. Dans le domaine du stockage et transformation, il y a l'insuffisance des capacités de stockage estimées à 40 000 tonnes, l'insuffisance des unités de transformation des produits alimentaires et d'infrastructures de base. Dans le domaine commercial, nombreux sont les problèmes auxquels bute la mise sur le marché de nos produits. L'absence de la traçabilité, certification des produits et commercialisation, le manque de structures spécialisées dans le domaine de vente de produits et faible accessibilité aux sites de marché. Les politiques et stratégiques en cours reflètent les ambitions et la vision de haute autorité. Cette vision intègre parfaitement la vision 2030, le Tchad que nous voulons, et contribue à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable, en particulier l'ODD 2, fin zéro, et l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. La vision 2030, le Tchad que nous voulons, vise, avec l'appui de partenaires techniques et financiers, à faire du Tchad une puissance régionale émergente à l'horizon 2030. Ainsi, les pays disposent d'importantes potentialités agro-silvopastorales et halieutiques qui gagneraient à être valorisées pour lutter contre la faim et la pauvreté qui tenaillent une frange importante de la population. Pour valoriser ces potentiels, plusieurs politiques et stratégies et programmes sont mis en place avec pour objectif de faire le secteur rural le moteur d'une croissance économique durable et inclusif et lutter efficacement contre l'insécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle dans un contexte de changement climatique et de pression démographique. Cependant, ces politiques et stratégies mises en place n'ont pas atteint le résultat escompté pour insuffisance de financement. Mesdames et Messieurs, Je tiens à saluer l'apport considérable de l'Inde à travers les lignes de crédit de Exim Bank, ayant permis de révolutionner notre production agricole par le financement de l'usine d'assemblage de tracteurs de la Simatrac à N'Djamena, dont bénéficient plusieurs producteurs tchadiens. Pour finir, je sollicite à l'endroit du gouvernement indien et de l'ensemble des corps des investisseurs indiens le renforcement de cette coopération, déjà forte dans le domaine prioritaire à fort impact pour notre pays, tout en tenant compte des opportunités qu'offre la mise en œuvre du traité de la zone de libre-échange, dont les plus importants sont le renforcement de l'usine de l'assemblage de tracteurs de la Simatrac, l'implantation des usines des intrants agricoles, l'implantation des usines de production des aliments de bétail, le développement et la transformation des filières riz, blé, dattes, etc., le renforcement des centres de formation et la coopération dans le domaine de recherche et de partage d'expériences entre les institutions tchadiennes et l'Institut tchadien de recherche agronomique pour le développement, l'ITRAD, le partage d'expériences à travers la télématique, l'amélioration et la transformation des produits laitiers, et enfin le renforcement des systèmes de gestion des eaux de surface et les techniques d'irrigation. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Excellence. You had very rightly touched upon the absence of processing industry in Chad and the storage shortages also, which all throws up a great challenge for investors from India and like-minded countries. One would be liking to take up this challenge. Thank you very much, sir. I now request Mr. Charles Will Ella, Minister of Agriculture, Gabonese Republic, to share his wisdom with us. Thank you.
Excellences, distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais dire que le gouvernement gabonais est très honoré de prendre part à cette 18e édition, n'est-ce pas, du conclave de l'Exim Bank. Je voudrais donc adresser mes félicitations, mes sincères remerciements surtout, pour l'opportunité qui nous est offerte, n'est-ce pas, de mettre en commun des efforts en vue de réaliser le partenariat Inde-Afrique. C'est donc pour moi l'occasion de saluer l'excellence des relations de coopération qui existent si heureusement entre la République de l'Inde et la République du Gabon. À titre du ministère de l'Agriculture et de la Sécurité alimentaire et de la valorisation de la ruralité du Gabon, il m'est particulièrement agréable de pouvoir séjourner ici, non seulement pour m'inspirer de l'expérience de l'Inde en matière d'augmentation de la productivité agricole, en particulier à travers la mécanique agricole, la transformation des aliments et la recherche agricole, mais aussi de promouvoir une information qui pourrait permettre à mon pays de présenter les domaines prioritaires à fort impact pour obtenir les rendements immédiats durables dans le domaine de la croissance agricole, les principaux domaines d'intérêt dans lesquels les investissements indiens pourraient intervenir dans les secteurs de l'agriculture et de la transformation alimentaire. En un mot, notre pays, le Gabon, dépend aujourd'hui à plus de 70%, n'est-ce pas, des importations alimentaires. Pour ainsi dire, nous avons une agriculture qui est quasi inexistante. Ces importations alimentaires représentent à peu près, en chiffres, près d'1 milliard de dollars que nous faisons effectivement venir de l'extérieur. Et donc, c'est pour vous dire que les deux dernières crises, notamment, n'est-ce pas, celle de la Covid mais également surtout la crise ukrainienne, ont pu démontrer une très grande vulnérabilité, n'est-ce pas, dans notre pays, vis-à-vis de sa dépendance alimentaire avec l'extérieur. Pour cela, le président de la République, chef de l'État, son Excellence Ali Bongo Ondimba, dans sa vision prospective, a assigné au gouvernement, n'est-ce pas, la mission de réduire de près de 50% cette dépendance, n'est-ce pas, vis-à-vis des importations. Comment y arriver? Il a fallu donc jouer sur deux leviers. D'abord, mettre, n'est-ce pas, à disposition un foncier, n'est-ce pas, sécurisé, et de l'autre côté, n'est-ce pas, mettre un dispositif législatif, notamment fiscal, attractif. Pour cela, au plan foncier, il a été décidé de la création de diverses zones agricoles, n'est-ce pas, à forte productivité. C'est ainsi que, par décret, le chef de l'État a pu d'abord créer, n'est-ce pas, 5 zones agricoles à forte productivité. Et donc, il s'agit donc, par la création de ces 5 zones à forte productivité, de la mise en valeur, n'est-ce pas, d'un foncier qui doit constituer un élément clé de la production à travers donc la mise en place de ces terres. Chaque ZAP, chaque zone agricole sera spécialisée dans les cultures particulières. Bananes, manioc, riz, soja et j'en passe. Je voudrais dire que cette stratégie, n'est-ce pas, du président de la République, nous en récoltons déjà les fruits, puisque avec un groupe indien, notamment AOM, nous sommes en train, n'est-ce pas, de mettre en œuvre la première zone agricole à forte productivité, celle d'Andem. Et nous avons procédé déjà hier ici à New Delhi au lancement officiel effectivement de ce processus inclusif où nous avons donc la mise en place de cette première zone agricole qui fera non seulement dans la production, mais également dans la transformation, mais aussi dans le renforcement des capacités. Il convient donc de noter que cette nouvelle dynamique qui est impulsée repose sur 2 leviers. Il faut donc que nous puissions, donc, la création d'un environnement économique favorable à l'investissement dans le secteur agricole, avec notamment le code agricole qui exonérera d'impôts, des taxes et des droits de douane, cependant, pendant un certain temps. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que chaque entreprise, n'est-ce pas, qui viendrait s'installer dans notre pays, bénéficiera pendant près de 5 ans, sinon 5 ans, d'exonération, n'est-ce pas, d'impôts. Et donc, c'est un important, je dirais, appel d'air pour ce qui est des entreprises qui voudraient effectivement s'installer dans notre pays. Le deuxième levier, qui est celui réglementaire, fait que dorénavant, nous avons adopté une loi qui fait que 50%, n'est-ce pas, de ce qui sera consommé au Gabon doit être impérativement produit dans notre pays. Impérativement. Cela revient à dire que si nous importons aujourd'hui pour près d'$1 milliard en termes de denrées alimentaires, cela veut dire qu'il y a un marché local qui va s'ouvrir de près de $500 millions. Et donc, c'est important, n'est-ce pas, pour tous ceux qui souhaitent effectivement venir investir dans notre pays. Et donc, en conclusion, je voudrais dire simplement que nous avons donc un dispositif réglementaire attractif. 50% effectivement de ce qui doit être consommé au Gabon doit être produit au Gabon. Au plan fiscal, vous avez aujourd'hui 5 ans effectivement sans payer des impôts. C'est très important. Vous avez la possibilité effectivement d'importer tout le matériel agricole qui vous est nécessaire pour pouvoir effectivement réaliser votre activité agricole, mais aussi vous disposez d'un foncier, n'est-ce pas, qui est sécurisé. Il faut dire que nous sommes le Gabon dans deux impératifs catégoriels. Assurer, n'est-ce pas, notre sécurité alimentaire, c'est très important. Mais également, nous avons aussi, et vous le savez, la lourde mission aussi d'assurer la survie de l'humanité à travers notre bassin, n'est-ce pas, forestier qui est le bassin Congo-Ogooué. Ce sont les deux bassins, n'est-ce pas, les plus importants au monde. Hormis celui effectivement de l'Amazonie, il y a celui du bassin Congo-Ogooué. Donc il nous faut donc non seulement assurer notre sécurité alimentaire, mais également maintenir aussi cet important massif forestier qui assure la biodiversité, n'est-ce pas, du monde entier. Donc vous voyez que là, ce sont deux choses extrêmement importantes, deux missions lourdes, n'est-ce pas, qui sont les nôtres, nourrir notre peuple, mais également à travers ce que Dieu nous a donné, donc ce massif forestier, assurer aussi la survie de notre vie à tous. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Excellency. You rightly touched upon the various agriculture zones, 5 zones, specializing in different crops that have been created, and the regulatory framework which has been adapted by you for facilitating investors. Now, before we proceed to questions and answers, I think Mr. Kundal has to get back, no? Would you have time? Okay. There is time for a couple of questions. If there is something from the audience, 2 questions will permit right away. Anyone? Yeah, please. Yeah, the gentleman there from Africa. Yeah. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Hussein Mohamed Omar, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, Tanzania. I just wanted to know from Gabon, because in Tanzania also kind of emulating the similar practice. We've just provided land for youth ranging from 5 to 10 acres for them, but we're also giving them a title deed for 66 years. So I just wanted to know, in the Gabon case, for the case of these investors, you set aside land. Do you give title deeds or right of ownership to those lands, or you just giving them as a lease? Hopefully you get me right.
Je voudrais dire que pour ce qui est du Gabon, le foncier, n'est-ce pas, appartient à l'État. Ce que nous faisons, ce sont des concessions sous la forme, n'est-ce pas, des baux amphithéotiques qui peuvent partir effectivement de 30 à 50 années. Et donc ce sont là, n'est-ce pas, c'est là, n'est-ce pas, le dispositif que nous avons mis en place pour pouvoir permettre effectivement à ces investisseurs de jouir pendant ces périodes-là, c'est-à-dire cette concession-là, 30 à 60 ans, de ces terres, effectivement, et puis renouvelables. Voilà ce que je peux dire, n'est-ce pas, en termes de, pour ce qui est, n'est-ce pas, des concessions des terres. Elles ne leur appartiennent pas, elles appartiennent à l'État, mais nous leur concédons, n'est-ce pas, sous la forme, n'est-ce pas, d'un bail sur 30, 40, voire 50 ans, renouvelable.
Okay, thank you. That is the model normally adopted by most countries. One more question, if anyone here. Yeah, the Indian gentleman there, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Girish Bajaj. I'm the Managing Director of Bajaj Process Pack Limited, one of India's leading agro processing and packaging plant and machinery EPC companies. We've extensively worked in the African sector, setting up projects in the sector. My observation to this forum would be that while we talk about value chains and agro processing in Africa, what we also need to see is how do we sustain the ecosystem. While we are looking at investments or investments from, say, India into this agri space, I see there is a lack of ecosystem that is available in these countries, especially on the forum of packaging and so on, which is very important. Another aspect that I'd like to share is that the value chain, especially from the farm, especially let's say in the agro, speaking about fruits and vegetables, the yields per hectare in most of the countries that we have visited is very low, which does not sustain in terms the investment into this sector, because those prices that the farmers are able to produce at does not sustain agro-processing commercially.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. There's no question from you. You have made an observation. Yes. Right. On that note, we may conclude here unless there are any questions from the dais itself, mutually. It's been a fruitful session. I'm grateful to my co-participants on the dais and in the audience for having made it a successful one. Agricultural growth is not a one-day story. It takes years. I'm sure that India and Africa have a long, long way to go in ensuring that Africa truly becomes the food basket for the world. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kuppuswamy, may I request you to please hand over a plaque to both our African guests on the dais. May I request all of you to stand together for a photo opportunity, please. That's it. Program. With that, we close this session and we're moving on to our next session, which is this will finish only at 11:15. Okay, we have a break now and then we'll reconvene again. I will request all of you to reconvene here at 11:45 for our next session, which is a special plenary session with all the visiting trade ministers and our very own Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister for Commerce, Industry, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India. So for that session, I request all of you, the hall will be full. So please come back by 11:30, 11:45 and take your seats. Thank you.
India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs, and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs, and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs, and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs, and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs, and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs, and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by CII-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by CII-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. CII-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. CII-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned CII-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. CII-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. CII-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by CII-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by CII-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs, and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect
As CII celebrated 75 years of independence and assumed the B20 Secretariat in 2022-23, it reached new milestones in the service of Indian industry. With the theme, Beyond India at 75, Competitiveness, Growth, Sustainability, Internationalization for the year, CII prioritized a fast-paced and resilient growth process and set a strong momentum with new initiatives.
While we celebrate India at 75, we look beyond India at 75. And we focus on some of our key themes of growth and competitiveness. Sustainability, as we know and we've talked about it for the medium to long term, is becoming an increasingly important area for India and Indian industry. And a new element that we have added this year is internationalization.
Celebrating India at 75, CII convened a pan-India visioning exercise for developing National Vision Document for India at 100.
हम PLI स्कीम लेकर आए, 14 सेक्टर्स हमने सिलेक्ट किए, हमने आत्मनिर्भर भारत और मेक इन इंडिया, ये दो नारों के बीच में भारत के अर्थतंत्र की एक दिशा तय करने का काम किया है.
A fresh direction to further the industry's growth agenda came from the meeting with Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Through its numerous interactions with the government and the industry, CII proactively worked towards advancing the policy agenda. CII's policy submissions were focused on driving inclusive growth with macroeconomic stability along with key sectoral recommendations. The growing strength of industry-government partnership was seen in the policy announcements for key sectors of manufacturing, infrastructure, services and agriculture. Across sectors, CII's policy suggestions received high visibility and helped set the ecosystem for a more competitive Indian industry. The year's union budget reflected several major CII recommendations.
Interactions, inputs, exchange of thought, periodically looking at sectors which need greater focused study and industry's own perspective about it, other than the administration or policymakers' perspective, have all helped us immensely, particularly since the COVID and after.
The CII Global
Ladies and
Economic
gentlemen,
Policy
may I
Summit
request all of you to
conducted
find a
effective
seat and
dialogues
settle down.
for concerted policy suggestions.
Dignitaries and all our ministers
Significant
for this session,
deliberations
for
and
the
policy dialogue.
Trade Ministerial Session, the special plenary, are all here now, and as soon as the Indian Minister arrives, we will bring them on the dais and start with the session. Request you all to please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming all our trade ministers from Africa and India, our very own Mr. Goel, Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, and all the other trade ministers from Eswatini, Malawi, Gabonese Republic, and the Gambia. We will have one minister join us in another 5 minutes. He's just on his way, but we'll start with the session nevertheless. To begin the session, I'd like to invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, to give the opening remarks.
The Honorable Shri Piyush Goel, the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry and Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles of the Government of India, His Excellency, Mr. Babukar Juve, the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency Minister Simplex Banda, the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry of the Republic of Malawi, His Excellency Dr. Tambo Gini, the Minister of Economic Planning and Development of Eswatini, and we will be joined, and we are being joined right now by our Honorable Minister from Gabonese, the Minister of Investment Promotion and PPPs, Minister Madia. Others on the dais, Mr. Dinesh and Mr. Noel Tata, many other ministers, excellencies, that you are here present in the hall, and we are indeed proud of your presence here. Welcome to you. Welcome to all our ambassadors, all excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very good afternoon, and welcome to this most important, if I can say, a very significant session, or a special ministerial plenary on trade in this CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership. And we are so delighted to have the Honorable Trade Minister of India present to lead this particular important session. It's a particular honor to have with us Mr. Piyush Goyal, our Minister, to give his views and his vision and his thoughts as to how we engage our Indian industry, can engage deeply with Africa, and how he sees this collaboration moving ahead. Honorable Minister, your recent initiatives, your policy leaderships, they all have played a very key role in this today much admired India growth story. And your outreach to industry in India and elsewhere has greatly added to the confidence of both trade as well as investment. And particularly, if I may say, your guidance on India-Africa relationship, we have seen it, publicly we have seen it, even in the media in the recent past, has led to great new levels of trade and engagement between the two sides. A very, very special welcome to our distinguished guests, also from Africa, the very, very eminent ministers who are seated on dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming this outstanding panel of ministers on the dais. The 18th CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa growth partnerships, which has changed from project partnerships to growth partnerships, which we have been discussing since yesterday. We have 800-odd delegates from 45 African and more than 20 non-African countries. So the participation of non-African countries in this Africa-India summit has really grown today. And we have 30 honorable ministers who are representing from the different parts of Africa. And from the Indian side, we also have a very strong delegation, or rather businessmen from different parts of the country, all of them who are actually doing front-ending the large companies who are doing business with Africa. These are all people who are actually handling areas which are projects in Africa. It could even people from the healthcare community, from the education community, startup community, and I did mention about projects and investments. So all of them, and there's so many B2B meetings, about 500-odd B2B meetings which have been taking place in the sidelines. So these are some highlights which we have noted since yesterday, and today has been a very good, busy day, if I can say, and it's so good to come and therefore have our report in to our Honorable Minister and the ministers from Africa to talk about what we have been really doing. And points which have come up, if I may quickly talk about. One, there is this target of 200 billion of trade and 150 billion in cumulative investments which is reachable. But I dare say this because with the presence of the Commerce and Industry Minister of India, this target gets changed upwards every time we talk about a target. The second point that came about was the infrastructure development and trade, which will be critical to our economic integration, of course, and the new innovative ways of leveraging funds that can be deployed. And the third area that we have been talking about has been yesterday we spoke about it, today also in some sessions, 3 billion odd people between our two regions, and which can work jointly on capacity building, skill development, that being a big potential. Fourth, of course, one area where India has shown the world how it has really leveraged and gained and has been is a great story of success in India, digitalization, and is a new lever of growth and trade, and digital trade infrastructure, digital literacy, and access to financial services that can be indeed fast-tracked. And last, agriculture, of course, huge opportunities, not just in expanding trade in agriculture commodities, but also on technologies and inputs. So these were some very critical areas which have been under discussion, and I wanted to present it before our very distinguished honorable ministers. Honorable ministers for India, all our African countries, ministers present here, the overarching objective would be to really how we can take this momentum forward with your participation, your partnership and guidance to the industries in India and also across the world, including Africa, which wants to take this partnership forward. My welcome once again to all of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. May I now invite Mr. Noel Tata, Chairman CII Africa Committee and Chairman Tata International Limited, to address us, please.
Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India, Mr. Piyush Goyal, our esteemed guest, Honorable Ministers from Africa, Mr. Dinesh, President CII, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, DG CII, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege that so many trade ministers are present on this platform to drive forward the India-Africa trade engagement. May I thank you for sharing your views and highlighting the opportunities present between our two sides for greater trade engagement. Your perspectives and insights add much value to the deliberations at this conclave and will greatly support business engagements and new ideas for partnerships. India has constantly engaged with Africa through a consultative and collaborative approach in line with Africa's needs and priorities. It has emerged as one of the top 5 investors in Africa in recent years, with a cumulative investment amounting to $74 billion. Indian companies are active in strategic sectors such as agriculture, pharmaceuticals, information and communication technology, and energy. Our country is deeply committed to its development partnership with Africa, and industry is aligned with this endeavor. The trade exhibition and the meetings at this venue will foster greater engagement. Our trade and investment interests in Africa are diverse, and the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is expected to present new avenues for collaboration. It also has the potential to integrate Africa into global value chains, allowing India to leverage this integration and foster trade connections with different countries across the continent. The success of this free trade agreement hinges on the connectivity between African nations, particularly in terms of transportation infrastructure. It is crucial to prioritize the development of transportation networks, not only for international connectivity, but also for better intercontinental trade linkages. Recognizing this need, the African Union's Agenda 2063 includes initiatives such as the establishment of a single African air transport market and the development of the Trans-Africa Rail Network. These will transform the environment for trade, and we look forward to their early implementation. Our country's engagement with Africa is marked by its active pursuit of trade agreements and its recognition of the opportunities presented by the African Trade Agreement with its commitment to inclusive development. India has been actively involved in expanding its trade relations with Africa. It has entered into a free trade agreement with Mauritius, which encompasses goods, services, and investments, among other areas. We are also currently engaged in negotiations for the India-SACU Preferential Trade Agreement and the India-COMESA Preferential Trade Agreement. Stepping up India's investments in Africa, particularly in manufacturing sectors, has the potential to greatly enhance Africa's self-sufficiency. Externalization of funds is one of the key challenges faced by industry participants in Africa, as many African countries struggle with dollar availability. The rupee trade mechanism being encouraged by the government of India could be an enabler for mitigating currency risk and strengthening long-term investment and trade between ourselves. I would urge representatives of various African countries present here today to support this initiative. For this mechanism to succeed, it requires trade to be balanced on both sides, which benefits everyone. In this context, I would urge participants from Indian industry to look at Africa as a preferred partner for importing products into India. With a focus on transportation connectivity and various initiatives within the African Union's Agenda 2063, India aims to contribute to the shared progress of both regions and elevate the India-Africa partnership to a new heights. The India-Africa Conclave on Growth Partnerships is CII's ongoing mission to bring together the two regions for economic engagement over the years. It has expanded its footprint to include new areas such as renewable energy, technology, digitalization, and human capital. I strongly believe that the participation of the trade ministers today will greatly boost the economic partnership, and I thank you once again for gracing the conclave with your presence and perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tata. May I now invite Mr. R. Dinesh, President, Confederation of Indian Industry, to address us, please.
Our Honorable Minister, Mr. Goyal, Excellencies, the Honorable Ministers from the Republic of the Gambia, Republic of Malawi, Republic of Eswatini, and the Gabonese Republic, colleagues and friends on the dais, Excellencies present here today, ladies and gentlemen. May I add my warm personal welcome to our Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, and the distinguished ministers from across Africa who have joined us today. We appreciate your leadership for this very important relationship. I think Africa, as we know, is pivotal. The rise of Africa is pivotal to the emerging world economic order to make sure that we have a truly equitable, inclusive, and sustainable world for all of us. The integration with the global economies has given the emerging economies the opportunity to discover their own core strengths and enhance their global competitiveness to face the challenges. Obviously, expansion of external trade is a key lever for building this competitiveness. For Africa, the intra-Africa trade, as was pointed out by Mr. Tata, is an important goal to be achieved. And therefore, the African Union's Agenda for 2063 is a very powerful framework for driving this growth. The implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is actually the game changer, as it has a tremendous potential to bring about the transformative changes which all of us are looking for. This was effective from 2019, and post-COVID could become the biggest opportunity to boost the intra-African trade, which is being expected to be to the extent of about 33%, and can also reduce costs significantly, facilitating the economic integration. For India, AFCTA presents a huge opportunity. It opens up a market of nearly 1.4 billion people. Let me mention specifically 5 areas that we can jointly study for leveraging this opportunity, which are related to trade. First, obviously, it's imperative to diversify the trade basket. Currently, it is focused on commodities and energy, and as 2 large geographical regions, it is necessary to cover value-added prospects as well. The figures of growth which was mentioned by CB earlier will mean that we need to look at a compounded annual rate of growth of excess of 15% to be able to achieve that. 2, the duty-free tariff preference scheme, which have been extended to African LDCs, needs to be channelized to enhance exports from Africa. Here, Indian industry could consider investments in Africa for not just African market, but as well as for overseas markets. 3, the capacity building initiatives, which obviously will arise from business-to-business interactions and any new opportunities which India can look at, which have been earlier covered by other speakers, is obviously a focus area for all of us. 4, we have to make sure that the LOC utilization becomes more effective and the necessary banking linkages between India and Africa are further strengthened. The streamlining of the visa processes will further encourage trade, and that's something which we will need to make sure our focus is on. 5, and most importantly, currently Indian investments in Africa are focused on a very few countries. There is a need to diversify these investments and extend them to other African economies. Learning from the learnings of India, one viable approach could be for the establishment of India-specific special economic zones in Africa that can cater to the needs of the African market, Indian and other third-party countries, which can be a successful factor in establishing manufacturing investments as well taking place there. In the next 5 years, I believe India-Africa trade should set the benchmark for the rest of the world and help the development of both economies for the benefit of the world. I really look forward to hearing the insights and perspectives on the imperatives to be acted upon today from the distinguished speakers present here today, and look forward to making or implementing it going forward to the success of both of our nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dinesh. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Simplex Chitiola Banda, Minister for Trade and Industry, Republic of Malawi, to address us, please.
Shili Piyush Goel, Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Administration, Textiles of Government of India. Fellow Ministers of Trade, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on all protocols observed. I greatly feel honored this afternoon to address this special plenary session on trade here at the 18th Confederation of Indian Industries Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership. But allow me, before I continue with my speech, to wholeheartedly extend Malawi's gratitude to the leadership of India for the warm reception and hospitality accorded to my delegation since day one when we landed in this country. That made our stay easy and simple. That indeed signified the symbiotic relationship that is there between India and Africa. The conclave has been a permanent feature on our calendars for the last 2 decades and has contributed to the increase in investment and trade between India and Africa. I can proudly say that India and Africa have formed strong trade and investment relations. There is a substantial trade and investment taking place between India and Africa, which has increasingly been in favor of India, reflecting that Africa is a significant market for Indian products. To this end, let me convey my appreciation to the government of India and Exim Bank for providing such a networking platform where business partnerships and relations are consistently cemented and retained. As a country, Malawi have indeed benefited from financing of various sector projects in areas of water, development, energy, agriculture, commercialization, and small and medium enterprises development, amongst others. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the India-Africa partnership has achieved a lot, Malawi private sector participation in this conclave continues to be low. The government of Malawi cherishes the role the private sector, especially the SMEs and cooperatives, play in the economic development of Malawi. To this end, the current government has put in place the Public-Private Sector Forum, through which it interfaces with the private sector on various issues. Market access has been one of the main agenda and also challenges for the private sector. Therefore, there is need to bring the conclave closer to these small businesses by holding regional and country-specific conclaves in many countries and more frequently. I acknowledge that country-specific and regional conclaves have been held in countries such as Zambia, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Tanzania, amongst others. But there is need to hold these country-specific conclaves in more countries, including Malawi. Let me emphasize that adopting the country and regional specific conclaves approach will allow African government to better communicate country and regional specific reforms to Indian businesses. This will also give an opportunity to African private sector, especially SMEs, most of whom cannot be here to interact with Indian government and policymakers. The African private sector, including SMEs and cooperatives, are ready to do more business with India. In this regard, Malawi is open to host a conclave with our Indian counterparts. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if all of us agree that we need to scale up trade and investment between India and Africa, we can achieve this by focusing on promoting responsible investment and trade and offering protection to investors. Investment and trade should assist African countries achieve sustainable development goals and promote African industrialization. In view of this, Malawi is implementing a long-term development strategy called Malawi 2063, which is focusing on promoting agricultural commercialization and productivity. Malawi is also implementing the secondary cities plan, which requires huge investment in infrastructure, energy, and mining. This is another investment opportunity for India. As such, we welcome investment in these priority sectors. In order to promote investment, we call for a greater investment promotion while being mindful of the challenges that both India and Africa have faced with investor-state dispute resolution. Therefore, bilateral investment treaties between India and African countries should be negotiated in a way that does not expose Africa and India to unnecessary risks. distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Malawi is well aware that regional value chains have become more prominent. Malawi, just like other African countries, has positioned herself to benefit from such arrangement by focusing on developing the manufacturing industry. This will enable Malawi to move from a predominant position of exporting primary product to a higher level of manufacturing value-added products. This gives a big opportunity to Indian investors on the African continent. Establishment of a free trade area between India and Africa will have a similar effect on the majority of African countries, since we mostly export primary commodities to India. I therefore call upon Indian businesses to support industrialization and manufacturing by investing into Malawi and other African countries, especially through joint ventures. The industrialization of African countries will make a negotiation of a free trade area with India more meaningful. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to express my gratitude to the Government of India, Confederation of Indian Industries, and the Exim Bank for inviting Malawi to participate in this year's conclave. We are also grateful for technical and financial support that you continue to provide to Malawian government. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot conclude without expressing our heartfelt gratitude for the continued support that the Indian government has always been rendering to Malawi government. During the COVID-19 in 2019-2020, India supported us with medical supplies. Just this year, when Malawi was heavily hit by Cyclone Freddy, where 1,000+ people lost their lives, India came in to support with relief and medical supplies. What a friend we have in India. What a friend we have in India. In the spirit of one people, one world, one human kind, I thank you for your attention and thank Indian government for inviting my delegation. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I'd now like to invite His Excellency Dr. Tambo Gina, Minister of Economic Planning and Development, Kingdom of Eswatini, to kindly address us, please.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles for the Government of India. Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants in this meeting. I would like to state from the onset that this being my first participation in this conclave, I have a takeaway that I'm going back to Eswatini with. And it is that in the past, with development partners, they were called donor community. They were content to partner with poverty, take away our resources, and that was the relationship, that extractive one that we had. India is demonstrating the desire to transform our economies and establish relations with Africa that are mutual, beneficial, and we'll have partners trading as partners, not merely hewers of food and throwers of water. I thank very much the organizers, CII and the Exim Bank of India for inviting Eswatini to participate here. I will say a few things about Eswatini. However, this is a summary of what I'm going to say. Eswatini is a very small country with a small population, but our trading relations are such that if you invest in that country, you have a market of billions of people, because we are enemy to none, friend to all. The Kingdom of Eswatini is a landlocked country bordered in the northwest and south by the Republic of South Africa and by Mozambique in the east. We are a lower middle income country. The direction that we are taking shows that the lower will be dropped very soon. Will simply be a middle income country. For Eswatini, trade is a means to achieve economic growth, economic and export diversification, and equitable prosperity. The Eswatini government strategy seeks to use trade policy to secure key interests in trade negotiations, increase exports contribution to GDP through diversification and value addition, improve trade facilitation, strengthen relationships with current exports, and expand to new markets and take full advantage of their preferences. Eswatini's trade policy is mainly formulated within the Southern African Customs Union, of which it is a member, the other members being the Republic of South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, and Namibia. At regional level, we also enter into trade relations through regional economic communities, such as SADC, COMESA, and others, and recently, of course, the Africa Free Trade Agreement, Continental Agreement. In that regard, SACU and India started negotiations in November 2007 on new trade arrangements. The two sides signed a memorandum of understanding for negotiating a preferential trade agreement. This MOU sets out the parameters for negotiations. Article 3 of the agreement outlines the aim as to negotiate a PTA that provides for the exchange of tariffs, concessions on a selected list of products of interest to both sides, other cooperation activities as agreed upon by the parties based on the principle of reciprocity and taking into account the special considerations of least developed and small and vulnerable economies. The main products that Eswatini imports from India are packaged medicaments, refined petroleum, and rice. Major exported items from India to SACU, of which Eswatini is a member, include mineral oils, products, bituminous substances, and mineral waxes, followed by vehicles and parts. There are no restrictions in terms of foreign ownership, investments in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Areas of investment potential for FDI that you can then sell to SADC, to the rest of Africa, and many other countries are in telecommunications, power generation, which has a potential to sell to SADC. Most other countries, 16 of them, import energy, only 2 export. And you can use Eswatini as a base for manufacturing and trade. Also in agriculture, mining, and the construction industry. Let me join others to thank most sincerely the Indian people for their hospitality and the institutions that organize this Africa-India conclave I've also benefited very, very much on the side meetings, and I'm taking back home outcomes from those meetings that will be implementable. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Hugues Judikail Bandinga Madhya, Minister of Investment Promotion and PPPs, Gabonese Republic, to address us.
Thank you. Honorable ministers from Malawi, Eswatini, and Gambia, honorable ministers present here, my dear Director General of CII, my dear Chairman of Tata, and my dear President of CII. First of all, I would want to express my warmful thanks to Indian government and the promoters of this session for hosting us and for all the kind arrangements. Today I will concentrate my address on the transformative power of trade, investment, and the exchange of knowledge and expertise between India and my country, Gabon, which have created shared value for business and industry at large. The collaboration between our two nations has not only strengthened our economies, but has also fostered a symbiotic relation that benefits both countries and contributes to global prosperity. Trade has been the cornerstone for the relationship between India and Gabon. The exchange of goods and services between our nations have created a dynamic platform for economic growth and development. Gabon, with its abundant natural resources, including timber, petroleum, and minerals, has found a valuable market in India. Conversely, India's diverse economy, encompassing industries such as pharmaceutical, textile, machinery, has become an important source of products and services for Gabon. This bilateral trade has not only boosted the economies of both nations, but has also stimulated job creation and enhanced the living standards of our people and helped develop the industrialization on the wood sector in Gabon. Investment play a very important role in forging strong economic ties between India and Gabon. Indian companies have made significant investments in my country, Gabon, particularly in sectors such as infrastructure development, mining, healthcare, agriculture, and education. These investments have not only contributed to the modernization of Gabon's infrastructure, but have also facilitated the transfer of technology, knowledge, and skills. By establishing joint ventures and partnerships, Indian and Gabonese businesses have created shared value, leveraging their respective strengths to achieve greater success. These investments have not only fostered economic growth, but have also brought about a positive social impact by creating employment opportunities, enhancing local capacity, and promoting sustainable development, as we can see in one of our most famous economic zone, named Special Economic Zone of Gabon, of Nkok, dedicated on transformation of wood. It is important to acknowledge that the benefits of this collaboration extend beyond bilateral relations. The shared value created through trade, investments, and the exchange of knowledge and expertise between India and Gabon has a ripple effect on the global business and industry landscape. By working together and leveraging the comparative advantage, both nations will contribute to the diversification of global supply chain, facilitated technology, and fostered innovation in the world and in Africa. However, there is still untapped potential and room for further growth and business relations. It is crucial for both India and Gabon to continue nurturing this partnership by removing barriers to trade and investment, promoting ease of doing business, and strengthening institutional frameworks. Additionally, exploring new sectors such as renewable energy, agri-business can open up new avenues for collaboration and create shared value for business and industry at large. In conclusion, trade, investment, and exchange of knowledge and expertise between India and Gabon have created a powerful force for shared value creation in business and industry. This, for us, is an example of what can be done between India and in Africa in general to create more value for our two people. As we move forward, let us seize the opportunities that lie ahead, deepen our collaboration, and build a stronger foundation for a mutually prosperous future. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Excellency. I'd now like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Babukar Usmaila Juf, Minister of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment, Republic of the Gambia, to address us.
Moderator for this session, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles of the Republic of India, His Excellency Piyush Goyal, President of the Confederation of Indian Industry, colleague ministers from the African continent on both the dais and the audience, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, senior government officials, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm very delighted for the honor to represent the government of the Gambia in this year's edition of the Confederation of Indian Industry Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership. I wish to reiterate that the Gambia looks forward to contributing to and benefiting from the collective wisdom of the different delegations present here. Firstly, On behalf of my delegation from the Gambia, I would like to thank the people and the government of India for the warm hospitality accorded us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Delhi. Furthermore, on behalf of the government of the Gambia, I want to thank the Indian government through its Ministries of Commerce and Industry and External Affairs, as well as the Confederation of Indian Industry, for its steadfastness in expanding economic cooperation through initiatives such as this conclave that will enhance partnership between Africa and India. Chairperson, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, India remains one of the strategic trading partners for the Gambia, ranking second in terms of Gambia's merchandise trade growth in Asia in 2021, and we remain committed to stronger collaboration with the people and the government of India. In our drive to diversify our export markets, the Gambia government will continue to solidify and nourish this bilateral trade relation through friendly and constructive engagements for the common and shared vision of our two countries. This gathering, therefore, creates a relevant platform for discussing bilateral, regional, and global value chain integration, as well as sharing information on distribution systems and supply chains, connections, and investment opportunities. It is important to note that the most important trade tool in Africa today is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AfCFTA. The adoption of the agreement establishing AfCFTA is one that has to be celebrated by all Africans as it expresses our unity in moving the continent forward. The continent-wide free trade agreement will strengthen Africa's economic integration and significantly improve the well-being of Africa's farmers, workers, and entrepreneurs, particularly women and youth. The promise of the free trade and free movement is prosperity for all Africans, because we are prioritizing the production of value-added goods and services that are made in Africa. Implementing the AfCFTA is more than trade. It is about dispelling the crisis of implementation of African Union decisions and initiatives and validating AU's Agenda 2063. It is also a litmus test of the commitment of African countries to economic integration. The Gambia has actively participated in the AfCFTA negotiations, signing the agreement in March 2018 in Kigali, Rwanda, and subsequently ratifying it in April 2019. My ministry, in collaboration with the stakeholders, have been working hard to ensure that Gambians are fully aware and involved in AfCFTA implementation process. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the AfCFTA has injected a new dynamism in our socio-economic development efforts. Given the strategic geographic location of the Gambia, regional integration is crucial for our economic development. Regional integration offers us the opportunity to promote investment, trade, and industrial development as it provides a wider market for our private sector operators. With this opportunity of an enlarged market offered by AfCFTA, the private sector would easily operate beyond our national geographical boundaries in an expanded continental market of 1.2 billion consumers. This makes our country, and by extension our continent, attractive for business and investment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my delegation is equally happy to inform this gathering that the Gambia government has adopted an open regime for investment in which most laws and regulations apply equally to Gambian and foreign companies. The essential investment protection guarantees are offered in the laws regarding access to land, foreign labor, and foreign exchange, or with respect to the repatriation of funds and capital. The Gambia has also adopted a range of modern business regulation tools and in several operational areas such as environmental impact assessments, the laws and regulations are in line with international best practice. In this regard, and in pursuit of a more robust economic strategy, the Gambia government, through my ministry, is committed to developing a trade, logistics, and special economic zone within the proposed 50-kilometer wide Trans-Gambia corridor. This Trans-Gambia corridor special economic zone will be linked with the port of Banjul with multimodal connectivity infrastructure services, notably inland river transportation, port facilities, improved trunk road network, North Bank and South Bank trunk roads, and the Senegambia Bridge, and a regional airstrip to transform the regional urban growth centers into future metropoles and economic engines of employment creation for the youth and the underemployed. I am equally happy to inform this gathering that the Gambia has recruited an Indian consulting firm, Mahindra Consulting Engineers Limited, a company with vast expertise in the development of special economic zones and industrial parks, to conduct a feasibility study for developing the corridor into a special economic zone that will attract many investment opportunities. The Trans-Gambia corridor is a vital economic and strategic link of the wider Praia-Dakar-Abidjan-Lagos multimodal corridor connecting both the north and southern parts of the Gambia, Senegal, and beyond. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as ambassadors of our various countries, it is our moral obligation to promote our businesses overseas. And with me here in the audience is the Chief Executive Officer of the Gambia Investment and Export Promotion Agency, GAIPA, whose office is key in facilitating and promoting foreign direct investment in the Gambia. We therefore call on Indian industry players that wish to expand their portfolio into Africa to engage with him and his team for more information on investing in the Gambia. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here as African governments to find simple, scalable, and sustainable growth solutions together with India, I urge everyone to contribute positively to the discussions. And finally, I once again thank the organizers of this significant event and all those who have contributed towards this remarkable India-Africa convergence. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency. We now will release a CII report on India-Africa trade, scaling the $200 billion peak. I'd like to request our guest today, Mr. Piyush Goyal, to kindly do the honors, and everybody to stand with the copies of the book for a photo opportunity. And that is the CII report on India-Africa trade, scaling the 200 billion peak. I now have the privilege and honor to invite Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles, Government of India, to give us a special address. You can join here. Yeah, this is.
A very, very good afternoon to all the distinguished participants of this very important 18th edition of the CII-Exim Bank Conclave, Excellencies Dr. Gina, Mr. Madia, Mr. Banda, Mr. Juve, Excellencies of the dais, my very good friend and the President of CII, Mr. Dinesh, the Chairman of the Tata International Limited and Chairman CII Africa Committee, my dear friend Mr. Noel Tata, the pillar of CII and somebody who makes all of us in India proud for his contributions to not only Indian industry but strengthening our bonds of friendship across the world, the very eminent Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, all the distinguished captains of industry, trade, persons interested in furthering the India-Africa partnership, friends from the media under whose instructions I've moved from there to here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed an honor to be amongst all of you once again in this very, very vital conference, which over the years has blossomed and strengthened the relations between Africa and India. It has brought together business leaders, policymakers, and fostered friendships, not only between Africa and India, but now going beyond. The African continent, the Indian subcontinent, all the countries in Africa and India share very strong historical and cultural ties for centuries now. We all share the values of equality and liberty. In fact, the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, first practiced the principles of Satya, truth, and Ahimsa, non-violence, during his years in South Africa, something which the very revered Nelson Mandela took forward as an invaluable legacy. This spirit that Prime Minister Modi has, over the last 9 years, articulated on more than one occasion, that Africa and India has to develop as equals, as collaborators, as partners, as brothers, is the solidifying foundation of our partnership and brotherhood. If I may quote the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi had said, Africa will be at the top of our priorities. We will continue to intensify and deepen our engagement with Africa. As we have shown, it will be sustained and regular. And therefore, this initiative of CII over the last 18 years to bring together leaders both from politics and business from so many countries at one point of time, regularly, to India, to engage with Indian businesses and find value propositions in this partnership is truly very important. The Government of India, through various initiatives, has been focused on capacity building and training. We have the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation, the ITEC. We have several lines of credit that the Foreign Ministry runs. Our trade and investments bilaterally are a true testimony to what we have achieved and where the potential is. In fact, more than 1/3 of the world population resides in the African countries and India. We can together fulfill the dreams and aspirations of a very young population in both our regions because the future belongs to the youth. And this is the century that will help us shape and build the future of the youth of African countries and India. And we can do it together. We have several Pan-Africa projects like the E-Vidya Bharti in education and E-Arogya Bharti in healthcare, which aim to provide free telemed education and also free medical education and consultancy to several African countries. In terms of business, India is the 5th largest investor in Africa. We have about $74 billion of investment, but I can assure you, Indian companies are looking for many more opportunities and would be delighted to partner with our African friends here in helping develop your economies, in helping create jobs in the African countries, in helping the youth of Africa get skilled to contribute to a better and brighter future for your countries. In fact, I was looking at the very large list of sponsors of this program. This also is a testimony to the interest that Indian businesses have in this very beautiful relationship between African countries and India. Our bilateral trade has been growing well, about 9-10% growth last year. We are roughly at about $100 billion today, and it's equally balanced. May not be country-wise, but in terms of the entire African Union, our imports and exports are roughly balanced at $51 billion of exports from India and about $47 billion of imports from Africa. But certainly, we've not even reached anywhere near our true potential. We have kept a very modest target of $200 billion by 2030. Chandrajit seems to be worried, and rightly so. 200 is not something, Chandrajit, that really reflects the strength of 54 countries in Africa and India. Each one of us, all of us collectively sporting nearly 3 billion people. Both of us having the advantage of the demographic dividend, young population, aspirational, looking for a better quality of life, looking for all the good things that they see on their internet or on their television screen today that other parts of the world are enjoying. And therefore, I do believe that while I'm very delighted that you've come up with this India-Africa trade report to scale the $200 billion peak, I would also urge friends both from the political, the diplomatic and the economic world to relook at where the potential is. We must have a look at what are the products that India imports from other parts of the world and see whether our African brothers and sisters can help us source that from Africa. We must examine what are the areas of imports of our African friends from other parts of the world and whether Indian companies can help them at lower costs, at more affordable prices to get goods of very high quality. I think a deep dive into this potential is called for, and I would urge a small group of subject experts, a small group of persons interested in developing this partnership further. Maybe some of the ambassadors of the African countries who are looking to expand trade with India could also become a part of a small working group that can literally look country by country and help identify opportunities for scaling greater heights in our relationship and helping create opportunities for people of both the regions. I recently had an engagement with about 15 ambassadors from several African countries. It was a free-flowing discussion where we exchanged ideas on what could be done together. And I came back very excited at the potential of furthering this relationship. In fact, India already has given 27 of the African nations the benefit of duty-free tariff preference on a non-reciprocal basis. But we would love to also explore the potential of working for greater agreements or better agreements, partnerships in terms of maybe a free trade agreement or comprehensive economic partnerships between the African Continental Free Trade Agreement grouping and India. We are already in discussion with the South African Customs Union for a preferential trade agreement. We are open for trade agreements with the South African Customs Union, with the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, and with the Economic Community of West African States. Friends, India is the voice of the global South. We wish to work with each one of you to help articulate your concerns, your issues, and take them up in multilateral forums and other areas where India represents all of you, friends. We recently had the summit, the Global South Summit, where over 100 nations participated. And I do believe that working together, we can protect the interests of each other and create a powerful voice that will be heard, that will be respected, and that can influence the geopolitics of the world to particularly take care of the less developed countries, the emerging markets, developing nations, and ensure more equitable and inclusive growth of different regions, different countries. Whenever there was any need, whenever there was a problem like we had in the COVID pandemic, India has always been ready and willing to support our African brothers and sisters in the true spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family, as is articulated in our G20 tagline. And I do believe that even during the COVID pandemic, many African countries were provided with free medicines, with free vaccines, other equipment, and I can assure all the friends gathered here today that India will always continue to be your friend in need, your friend indeed. In fact, there's another area of potential collaboration between Africa and India. It's in the area of renewable energy, sustainability, and particularly the vision that Honorable Prime Minister Modi had articulated of one world, one grid. The African continent is also blessed with a lot of sunshine at different time zones compared to the Indian hours of the sun. And if we were to create interconnected grids between Africa and India, probably partially through overground lines, partially it could also be under the oceans. And if we could transmit clean energy, renewable energy from Africa to India, particularly during our peak hours, and from India to Africa in our non-peak hours, I think we could truly revolutionize the way the world addresses the problems of climate change. We could help Africa get affordable energy at all times of the day and truly help Africa and the countries and the people of Africa contribute in a very big way to the global effort to make the world, the planet, a better place to live in, leaving behind a better world for our children. Let's see how we can work together, possibly under the aegis of the International Solar Alliance, where over 20 African countries are already members. And we could possibly, again, create a small working group under ISA, where CII could take the lead, get some of the renewable energy experts and prominent players, and work both with Africa and with the Indian businesses. Also looking at newer areas like green hydrogen, electric vehicles, where we could help Africa and the people of Africa. We strongly believe in India that Africa's rise globally is an absolute necessity in the present times, and we are open for every collaboration to take this further forward in a fast-track manner. We have also other offerings to give, like the startup revolution in India that has truly given new opportunities and new vistas for growth for our young boys and girls, coming up with innovative ideas, helping ease of doing business, helping ease of living. We can also partner with Africa through our very innovative work and transformational work in the digital infrastructure space. And we'd like to offer to our African brothers and sisters our digital public infrastructure, like the UPI, the India Stack, our CoWIN app on healthcare, our One Nation, One Ration Card, for which helps connect all the fair price shops, giving out free food grains to the poor and lower middle class families. We can work to develop the open network for digital commerce to help democratize e-commerce in the African continent, so that your own local people and entrepreneurs don't lose out on the opportunities of e-commerce. Your small retailers, the mom and pop stores, don't get wiped out, but actually can become an integrated part of taking e-commerce to every citizen of the African countries. So much we can do, my friends, together, working as knowledge partners, playing a transformative role in educating, skilling, training the people of Africa. Our IITs, our IIMs could also be considered for setting up campuses in Africa. Some of our very eminent private universities and colleges would also be happy to support any initiative with the support of local African companies. Sky is the limit. I mean, since Dinesh is here, I can say in terms of logistics, India can also help you both on the technological end, developing better port infrastructure and domestic railway lines, highways. And I can assure you, India is one country which doesn't at any point of time then come and take over your railway lines or take over your ports or take over your electricity transmission systems. We work as brothers, we work as friends. And India has never in its history had an expansionist attitude or an approach to go and capture other territories or capture other economies. Friends, let's work together to build more diverse, robust, and resilient supply chains and help each other in expanding this relationship. Let's redefine the parameters of our engagement. Let's explore new sectors for cooperation. We, of course, are cooperating on food security, on manufacturing, we can work now on research and development in a bigger way, going beyond tourism, which has traditionally kept us connected. And let's see how we can help African countries also become a part of the global sustainability revolution. We would like to renew our commitment to our brothers and sisters of the African countries to deepen trade, knowledge, and technology transfer. Friends, let's re-energize our relationship. Let's remove every barrier, whether to trade or in the mind. Let's change the mindset of the people of Africa and India so that we can encourage greater cooperation, greater collaboration. There's no harm if we also compete in certain areas. Competition is in fact good. It helps create more efficiencies. But I see huge potential for cooperation and collaboration. As the very revered Mr. Nelson Mandela had said, after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. I think this CII initiative is a great progressive movement which only shows us that there's so much more potential going forward. Let's continue to nurture this relationship. Let's all of us come together. Let's all of us work together. Let's all of us grow together for a better and prosperous Africa, for a better and prosperous India. Thank you very much, friends.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I request you to please hand over a token of appreciation to all our guest speakers from Africa. These are by name, so it is the Republic of Malawi. May I request all the ministers from Africa sitting in the audience to please come up on the dais as well. Mr. Minister from Eswatini, Minister from Gabonese Republic, and the Minister from the Republic of Gambia. I'd like to request Mr. Noel Tata to kindly hand over a plaque to our Honorable Minister, Mr. Goel. And can we have a round of applause for all of them on the dais, please? Yes. And with that, we come to a close of this session. I'd like to invite all of you to join us for lunch in the Raja Rani Bagh. And our 2 o'clock session may be delayed to 2:15, but please reconvene for that at 2:15 sharp. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
CII's green initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country, as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement spearheaded by IGBC and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability.
deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially in the large and diverse areas of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security.
CII's green initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement spearheaded by IGBC and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability. And 6,000 accredited professionals. green initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement spearheaded by IGBC and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability.
Representation of the people of Africa. Projects financed India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in India-Exim Bank's advisory services program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these sales and advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth south. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are towards contributing to the Through such collaborations, we continue to
CII's green initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement spearheaded by IGBC and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability.
उसका पेपर दे दिया मुकुल मुकुल मुकुल
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for coming back on time. I hope you had a good lunch. And I know it's very hot outside, so it's a better place to be here than there. So nice to see everybody back for our session on manufacturing for African common markets. Our speakers and our dignitaries for this session are here, and I'd like to invite them on stage. We have with us Mr. Alan Chibozo, Chief Economist, West African Development Bank, Mr. Dinesh Rathi, CEO Lagos Free Zone, Mr. Zarir Langrana, Executive Director Tata Chemicals Limited, Mr. Sachin Dashrath, Head Africa, Ashok Leyland, Mr. R. Yofi Grant, CEO Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Office of the President, Board Member of WIPA for Sub-Saharan Africa. His Excellency Mr. Rajkumar Indukant Modi, Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Republic of Zimbabwe, and His Excellency Mr. Thomas St. Jude's, Minister of Industrial Development and Promotion of the Private Sector, Republic of Congo, His Excellency Mr. Wamkele Mene, Secretary General, African Continental Free Trade Area, and moderating this session is Mr. Mukul Sarkar, Chief General Manager, India-Exim Bank. May I request you, sir, to please give the opening remarks and take this session forward. We'll just bring the others.
His Excellency Mr. Thomas Nice-For Phyla St. Jude, Minister of Industrial Development and Promotion of the Private Sector, Republic of Congo. His Excellency Mr. Rajkumar Indukant Modi, Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Republic of Zimbabwe. Mr. Wamkele Mene, Secretary General, African Continental Free Trade Area. Mr. Alan Chibozo, Chief Economist, West African Development Bank. Mr. Dinesh Rathi, CEO, Lagos Free Zone. Mr. R. Yofi Grant, CEO of Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Mr. Zarir Langrana, Executive Director, Tata Chemicals Limited. Mr. Sachin Dashrath, Head of Africa of Ashok Leyland. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon to all of you. It is my honor to welcome all the panelists and the audience to the exciting and important session on manufacturing for African common markets. We have a distinguished panel among us who will share their thoughts on the topic. I am also conscious that this is the session immediately after lunch, so which has its own challenges, and we will keep up to that. Before we hear from our panelists, I'd like to take a few minutes to set the context of this discussion. Now, manufacturing plays a very critical role in the economic growth and transition from agricultural economy to an industrial or service-driven economy. Manufacturing creates large number of jobs. It offers significant value addition to the inputs that are locally available. It reduces dependence on imports requiring scarce foreign currency, and it leads to higher tax collection for the government. Therefore, Africa is no exception that it is doing its best to increase its manufacturing GDP. African economies have taken giant strides over the past decade in liberalizing their economies and increasing industrialization, making it an ideal destination for forging closer collaboration with India, one of the world's fastest growing large economies and with historical ties with Africa. It is my sincere hope that through this collective exchange, we can identify actionable strategies and collaborative efforts to drive manufacturing growth in Africa, fostering economic empowerment, job creation, and sustainable development. Africa is a dynamic continent with unlimited commercial and development opportunities. Africa's large working age population, its growing middle class, and vast resource base are all conducive factors for establishing manufacturing ventures in the region. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a game changer, and it provides a compelling reason for Indian companies to look at Africa as a serious manufacturing destination. Officially launched in 2021, the AFCFTA creates a single market which is projected to grow to 1.7 billion people with purchasing power of about 6.7 trillion USD by 2030. The AFCFTA is addressing the issues related to rules of origin, tariff barriers, and streamlining custom procedures with the objective of development of regional value chains and uniform industrialization across the region. AFCFTA has identified 4 sectors: automotive, agriculture and food processing, pharmaceuticals, and transport and logistics as important areas of business due to their potential for meeting local demand. And Indian companies have expertise in all the 4 identified areas, as also in textiles and also in engineering, that make it well suited to contribute to the development of manufacturing sector in Africa. Since I represent Exim Bank, at India-Exim Bank, we're committed to partner with Africa in its economic development endeavors. As highlighted in the plenary sessions, Exim Bank has extended more than $12 billion to 42 countries in Africa under our government of lines of credit, under which various infrastructure and manufacturing projects are being supported. We have also our Overseas Investment Finance Program, under which we can extend finance to Indian companies to set up manufacturing facilities, to set up joint ventures in Africa, even to do acquisition over there. We have supported many such manufacturing ventures in Africa in sectors like pharmaceuticals, food processing, textiles, cement, and others. Therefore, financing is not an issue if viable projects are set up. Some of the challenges that we hear from our companies is a lack of stable power supply, logistics to access port, streamlined customs procedure, availability of foreign exchange for buying raw materials, etc. With the setting of a common market, some of these issues can be successfully addressed. It may be mentioned that Indian companies are already playing a significant role in manufacturing in Africa. India is among the top 5 investors in Africa through FDI route. In this context, I'd like to highlight that while large investments in manufacturing is welcome, it is the small and medium enterprises which are expected to drive the investments in this phase of development. We need to encourage SMEs from both sides to collaborate, and organizations like CII and Exim Bank can play a critical role from Indian side. Manufacturing also requires engineering and technical skills. Many African students are taking engineering education from Indian technical institutes. Therefore, there exists a huge potential for joint R&D for developing low-cost solutions to suit local needs. In conclusion, there exists a monumental opportunity for Indian companies to establish manufacturing presence in Africa, and the opportunity is 100 times greater now with the establishment of African Common Market. So without further ado, I'd now like to commence the session, and I would like to call upon Mr. Alan Sibojo of West African Development Bank to deliver his comments. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure, it's an honor for me to have the opportunity to address this conclave. I am representing the West African Development Bank, a multilateral development bank in charge of financing development projects across 8 countries of West Africa, all sharing the same currency. We're talking of Benin, Burkina, Niger, Bissau Guinea, Senegal, Côte d'Ivoire, Togo, and Mali. Altogether, we're covering 130 million population, and roughly 150 billion US GDP. We do finance exclusively infrastructure projects. We also finance everything related to energy, agriculture, housing, health, and education. For us, we see industrialization as a way to give access to food security, to sustainable and affordable energy, to decent housing, and to decent infrastructure for our population. So yes, For BOAD, industrialization is a priority. In addition, we had learned a few lessons from the recent past, which make it clear that we do have to face industrialization. Number one was COVID. COVID has shown that we couldn't rely anymore upon imports from Europe, because when, for any unexpected reason, boundaries are shut down, our population are under big pressure. Number two, we cannot keep exporting our raw materials and reimport finished goods just because this has put our trade balance under unbearable pressure. Number three, job creation. We all know in our countries that the future jobs to be created cannot come from the governments anymore. They have to come from private sector. And private sector means that we need to speed up industrialization. Having said that, what do we do as BOAD to promote this? Number one, we contribute to improve the business and investment climate by supporting every single infrastructure project. And we do facilitate access to bank credit. Number two, at an institutional level, we are a member of the Regional Business Climate Committee, and we contribute to the implementation of the Business Climate Reform Initiative. And this is a way to make any investor coming in our region safe and confident in our region. Number three, we are a strong supporter of PPP projects, public-private projects. This is a way to help any investor and to welcome any investor and to go together, to finance together, to co-finance the projects. Number four, we have a special purpose vehicle, which we called Cœur Samba. And this vehicle plays a more active role in financing SMEs. And actually, this vehicle has a specific input in the financing structure. We provide the first 10% equity which are needed to absorb the losses, if any losses, in the projects, which means that for any investor in our region, this investor is confident and knows that the first 10% losses is for our vehicle, not for him. And this is another way to give comfort. What can we do? What we learned from our partners? India has been a long-standing partner with our region. And this is mainly through CII-Exim Bank. CII-Exim Bank has been a long-standing shareholder in our bank. CII-Exim Bank is a partner in co-financing. And in addition, CII-Exim Bank is a technical assistance provider for BOAD. For that, a big thank you. We have investment grade ratings, probably the second or the third best in Africa. And with this rating, we can raise senior debt. So what we need today is to find investors who are ready to help us by investing in our senior debt. This is critical for us. We issue debt, we issue traditional senior debt, we also issue sustainable bonds. Second thing, BOAD connect all African entrepreneurs with any Indian companies willing to come in our region, and with BOAD, any Indian investors has access to all the tenders that occur related to the project we finance. Number three, BOAD has a strong risk database. This helps us to focus all investment that we promote into the best projects. And with our risk database, we avoid all the investors working with us to go in what we call the risky projects. And this database is, of course, something we share together with other multis like the African Development Bank, with Islamic Development Bank, which is very active in our region, with the French AFD, active in our region. We all share the same database. And for any entrepreneur coming with us is BOED, he can benefit from this risk database. To conclude, let me say again, a big thank you to India for the significant effort made to support Africa. We can do much more together. BOED is available to welcome any initiative, and please feel free to get in touch whenever you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shibojo. I think you have spoken about various areas how BOED can support the manufacturing ventures, and Indian companies going there also. I mean, you can use their a lot of risk database and other things, and they are doing a lot of work in the area of infrastructure projects, PPP projects, and they are also supporting SMEs through first loss guarantee and so on. And India-Exim Bank and BOED also cooperates in various areas. So with that, thank you so much for your sharing your thoughts. So I'll just call upon my next speaker, Mr. R. Yofi Grant, CEO of Ghana Industrial Promotion Center. Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon to all of you, and it's my pleasure to be here today. I have participated in the CII Conclave for quite a number of years, but I must say this year it's been exceptional. So very well done to India for embracing this partnership. I am the CEO of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, but additional to that, I'm also the Director for Sub-Saharan Africa on the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies. So I have a clear responsibility to the African continent beyond my country. Additionally, I sit on the board of the Organization of African, Caribbean, Pacific States as an independent director with the responsibility of directing investments onto the African continent. But I think our engagement here is very important. And why is that? I think it's to know the African continent. This is a continent of today, a population of 1.4 billion people, 60% of which is less than 35 years old. As a resource base, Africa has not less than 40% of the world's remaining mineral resources. That includes 90% of the platinum and chromium, about 60% of the manganese, not to mention significant deposits of copper, not to mention significant resources, including coltan, cobalt, zinc, titanium, iron, and of course, not less than 10% of the world's oil and gas. Additional to that, 22 countries in Africa produce oil and coal. Some 13 countries produce what I would call industrial minerals, salt, gypsum, and others. And 11 countries have as their main exports mineral resources, iron ore, platinum, gold, titanium, amongst many others. But that is not all as a resource base. 60% of all the world's remaining arable land today resides in Africa. Now, why are these important? They are important because it is clear in the mind of almost any future-thinking business person that Africa stands as the continent that is probably going to spark the next wave of global growth. And it is therefore very important that here today we are seeking partnerships from India, a country that has almost a common, should I say, growth trend with Africa in the past. We've all been through certain common historical events, and today we are here. But Africa, being very rich in resources, has not really converted to wealth of the continent. And that is because in the past, we had this often quoted situation where we export our raw materials and import finished goods based on those same raw materials. So this has been a continent, a wealthy continent, but its people are relatively poor. And that is the single most important reason that we export abundant raw materials and we import the finished goods out of those materials. But I'm here to say that that narration perhaps is changing, and that Africa stands well prepared for sustainable partnerships to add value to its resources on the continent and create wealth on the continent. And then we can also move away from importing to exporting most of our produce. Additionally, Africa every year goes to almost every developed part in the country to negotiate businesses. And I dare say that Africa today is just not looking for investment. It's looking for partnerships, sustainable partnerships, that we can add value on our resources on the continent and export for higher value. We must also recognize another fact, that as attractive as the African continent is, very often when we go out raising money, there's a premium demanded. But how can it be that we have the resources, we have a market waiting, and yet the investor always demands a premium? It's because there's always this big perception of risk. But I dare say here today that there are companies sitting here, Indian companies sitting here, who have been on the continent for over 100 years. There are big players here who have been on the continent and comfortably made money. I don't know whether I'm out of turn, but I'm told that the great consumable Indomie actually had its roots in Africa, and today it's a global brand. So it tells you that there is something good in Africa. And to quote Pliny the Elder, he was a Greek philosopher, he says, out of Africa, always something new. I'm here to tell our Indian brothers that there is a new narration. And that narration is one seeking partnerships. Africa is not exploitative. On the contrary, we are very receptive. And today, whereas many developed areas in the world are looking inward, Africa is probably the only continent looking outward and embracing partners. And in doing so, it's about investment. We do have the resources, we do have the market. Today, Africa is 1.4 billion, comparative to the Indian population of 1.45, 1.47 billion. By 2030, it will be 1.7 billion. But by 2050, it will grow to 2.6 billion. Every fourth person in the world will be from Africa or will be African. There can be no better opportunity for the investor today than the Africa we see. And last but not the least, I also want to tell you that the perception of risk on the African continent has been a long, often quoted story. But yet there are people making money in Africa. And indeed, by 2018, out of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world, 6 were from Africa. And I believe going forward, we'll see that number improve. And so I want to tell you that the opportunity is better now than ever. As I say, the best time to have taken an opportunity was yesterday. The next best time is now. The African continent is embracing you all in partnership, sustainable partnership for linkages and trade. And I believe strongly that the South-South cooperation that we so embraced in the past should today be lived abundantly, and all of us will be better of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Grant, for your, reminding us again on that Africa is a mineral resource, and about arable land and the vast resources it has got, and Africa is looking for partnership. And in fact, I would like to highlight that this Ghana Industrial Promotion Center under his leadership, I think is one of the best, is awarded as the best promotion center, and some of the Indian companies are also setting up their manufacturing benches in Ghana. So thank you very much for your inspiring talk. So I'll just move to the next speaker. I'll invite Mr. Dinesh Rathi, CEO of Lagos Free Zone in Nigeria.
Esteemed members of the panel and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt greetings and a pleasant afternoon to each one of you. I am Dinesh Rathi, representing Tolaram, a prominent Singaporean conglomerate with active business interests spanning across 6 countries in Africa. As Tolaram, we have successfully delivered and spearheaded 2 groundbreaking projects, infrastructure projects in Nigeria. The Lekki Port, which is Nigeria's largest deep-sea port, and the Lagos Free Zone, which is Nigeria's most modern port-integrated free zone. In the next few moments, I shall share our insights as a private sector developer regarding the challenges and opportunities that we encountered during the development of these ventures. Allow me to commence by providing a broader context concerning Nigeria and its significance within the African economy. Presently, Nigeria stands as Africa's largest economy in terms of GDP, the most populous nation on the continent, and the leading producer of crude oil with a daily capacity of approximately 2 million barrels a day. Over the past 2 decades, Nigeria has witnessed a remarkable 4-fold increase in per capita GDP, distinguishing itself among the select few economies. Notably, Nigeria boasts a youthful and promising demographic with a median age of less than 18.5 years. However, despite this tale of tremendous potential, Nigeria's full potential is yet to be realized. I cite Nigeria as an example due to my close affinity with the country, and as the largest economy of the continent, the challenges faced in Nigeria bear relevance to numerous emerging markets across Africa. In Nigeria, the manufacturing sector's contribution to GDP stands at a modest 10 to 12%, which is pale in comparison to the other mint nations, namely Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey, which represents merely half the benchmark. Additionally, the value of Nigeria's infrastructure stock as a percentage of GDP stands at around 35%, which is significantly lower than that of comparable emerging economies. These figures underscore the undeniable correlation between industrialization and the availability of efficient energy and transportation infrastructure. We have all witnessed how the COVID-19 pandemic compelled businesses to establish localized value chains as a measure of resilience. Through our humble contribution as a private sector entity, Lagos Free Zone has created an ideal gateway for Indian companies seeking to trade and manufacture in West Africa, catering to the entire continent. Tolaram, with over 50 years of manufacturing experience in Nigeria, including the brand called Indomie Instant Noodles, which is the largest brand of instant noodles sold across Africa, which Mr. Grant actually talked about just in his previous speech. We possess an intimate understanding of the aspirations of potential investors in domestic manufacturing in Nigeria. Lagos Free Zone is a testament to our Nigerian experience, with its sole focus on reducing trade and non-trade barriers in doing business across the country. Considering Nigeria's status as India's largest trading partner in Africa, with a cumulative investment base exceeding $20 billion and a cumulative continental trade nearing $95 billion, it is imperative that Indian businesses view African markets as more than one export destinations. As a private sector developer operating under the Tolaram banner, we have undertaken the arduous task of establishing a world-class industrial zone which provides plug-and-play facilities for international investors alongside an enticing fiscal incentive package backed by the federal government of Nigeria. With the imminent implementation of Africa Continental Free Trade Area, it becomes paramount for Indian companies to foster local production within Africa. At Lagos Free Zone, we strive to actualize this mission. In light of this, I cordially invite Indian enterprises to embark on their growth journey in West Africa through the auspices of Lagos Free Zone. In conclusion, I firmly believe that platforms such as the one organized as proficiently by the CII offer us the opportunity to unite, brainstorm, and forge a reliable path forward in creating one future. It is my sincere hope that this endeavor catalyzes a paradigm shift in the partnership of growth between the Indian private sector and the African counterparts, which will bolster and propel local manufacturing in Africa. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ratti, for sharing your thoughts. And Mr. Ratti is running a world-class free or SEZ, in Nigeria. And friends, if Indian companies are looking at investment, they know where to look for. In fact, in earlier session, somebody mentioned that there should be India-specific SEZ, but if not purely dedicated India-specific SEZ, at least this is a thing run by an Indian group there. So with that, I think I'll just move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Zarir Langrana, Executive Director, Tata Chemicals Limited. Mr. Langrana.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As you've been hearing throughout this event, Africa, with its immense potential and diverse resources, has long been seen as the next frontier for economic growth and development. However, to truly unlock this potential, the establishment and strengthening of common markets across the continent and harnessing and opening these up to bilateral trade and investment becomes a key priority. Manufacturing has long been recognized as the lifeblood of economic development across any nation. It creates jobs, innovation, and fosters sustainable growth. When we talk about manufacturing for the African common market, we envision a unified approach that leverages the collective strengths of African nations to promote intra-African trade, boost industrialization, and enhance competitiveness on the global stage. According to the African Development Bank, intra-African trade today accounts for only about 20% of the continent's total trade. This is significantly lower than the levels seen in other regions, such as Europe and Asia, where the figures are close to 70% and 60% respectively. The low level of intra-African trade is primarily attributed usually to the fragmented nature of African economies. Each nation operating in isolation struggles to achieve economies of scale, faces barriers to trade, and lacks the necessary infrastructure required to support manufacturing industries. The benefits of manufacturing for the African common market can profoundly change the complexion of the continent. A report by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa estimates that enhancing intra-African trade has the potential to boost the continent's industrial exports by up to 48% and contribute to a 33% increase in manufacturing value add. This would result in significant job creation, improved living standards, and reduced poverty levels. India's own trade with Africa amounted to about $90 billion. Exports stood at about 40 and imports registered about $50 billion. India was the 8th largest investor in Africa, accounting for about 4% of investment in Africa, reflecting the huge headroom available for enhancing investments to this region. A CII report, and we've talked about this in the earlier sessions, sets a target of bilateral trade of $200 billion by 2030. This would register to a CAGR of about 12 to 13%, and also an investment target of $150 billion, which is substantial, but as we heard from our minister, perhaps is a number that's underballed. Currently, Africa receives only a small fraction of global FDI inflows, with the manufacturing sector attracting a mere 4% of the continent's FDI. By creating a common market, we can attract greater investment, stimulate industrial growth, and enhance Africa's competitiveness. The AFCFTA connects 1.4 billion people in 56 countries with a combined GDP of $2.4 trillion. The integration of these markets and the infrastructure requirements under this free trade agreement can attract significant participation of Indian companies, and it's expected to have a significant impact on local and regional production networks across the continent through the benefits of market expansion, specialization and comparative advantage, investment and infrastructure development, diversification of production, collaboration, cooperation, and obviously employment opportunities. The impact of FDI on Africa's manufacturing sector will be positive. It can only be positive. Africa can offer a competitive advantage in terms of low-cost production, access to a growing market, and proximity to feedstock and raw materials. These factors can attract FDI from Indian corporates that foster, seeking to expand their operations and tap into Africa's immense potential. Initiatives that foster a favorable investment climate, such as regulatory reforms, tax incentives, and transparent governance, will further encourage investors from India to participate in this sector. The common unified market that Indian firms can then easily access and potentially increase the scope and level of India's engagement with Africa. Increased FDI in the manufacturing sector could catalyze development of value chains by providing foreign capital and technical know-how, not just for trade in Africa, not just for the African market, but even for markets on the Indian subcontinent and, I dare say, global markets. Several sectors are particularly important due to various factors such as trade volume, investment, and economic potential. Consumer-driven goods related to agribusiness, textiles, apparels and clothing, pharmaceuticals, auto components present immediate opportunities for India's FDI. In addition, value addition in chemicals and petrochemicals, vehicles, agri and foods processing, gems and jewelry, and machinery manufacture also offer vast potential. Our own experience over the last 2 decades in value-added manufacturing in Kenya, in Morocco, and in South Africa has been nothing less than rewarding and been mutually beneficial both for the countries where we operate and obviously for ourselves. The green economy and the green energy transition has great potential for Africa and for Indian companies in Africa. An average annual investment of close to $70 billion in green energy is required in Africa, and FDI in this sector can only grow. We in India have the opportunity to participate in this growth and significant potential for driving renewable energy development, solar, power, wind, energy efficiencies, areas that we ourselves have now leapfrogged into, and we believe that we can bring this across to many, many other nations. Cooperation in this sector can address Africa's energy needs, promote sustainability, and reduce reliance on fossil fuels. All of this manufacturing growth and industrial growth has to, I repeat, has to, embrace and promote sustainable manufacturing practices. Africa is blessed with abundant mineral resources, and we need to utilize them responsibly. Embracing eco-friendly technologies, adopting practices of circularity and circular economy, and minimizing waste will ensure that manufacturing sector is not only economically viable, but environmentally sustainable. We continue to believe that manufacturing for the African common markets is a transformative vision that holds immense potential for the continent. By working together, we can create a unified market that fosters industrialization, economic growth, and prosperity. This, we believe, is the moment to seize this opportunity to shape a brighter future for both India and Africa, where industries thrive, people prosper, and the continent takes its rightful place on the global stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langurana, for sharing your experience. In fact, Tata Group, is one of the major investors in Africa, and including Tata Chemicals, there are a few of the manufacturing units in many countries over there. So, who are present already? You have seen. What is the experience? He has in fact highlighted the competitive advantage that Africa offers. It is not only that African manufacturing is for local market, but it can be manufacturing based, and it offers certain competitive advantage also. So with that, I will just move to the next speaker, Mr. Sachin Dashrath, Head Africa of Ashok Leyland Limited. Mr. Dashrath.
Good afternoon, all externalists and dignitaries on the dais, and guests, and my friends. It's been a great pleasure here to share my views on manufacturing for Africa common markets. I am Sachin Dashrath, representing Ashok Leyland, the company who has been there for the last 75 years in the Indian market and exporting our product lines to Africa, one of the largest exporting brand to Africa. We are present almost every part of Africa with different clusters. We have been able to successfully export our range of light commercial, intermediate commercial, high commercial vehicles, and power solution business product lines and defense product lines to various parts of Africa. We have got success for selling our products to Africa through the project orders and also a very reliable retail business also. Africa today is on a growth trajectory with more exploration of resources, young population, penetration of internet, and above all, scope of technology adoption. Africa, being set of 54 countries, has excellent human capital, basically cost competitive and talented, with high on productivity and backed up by a super domestic demand and abundant natural resource availability. Today, in Africa, the industries which are labor intensive and that requires input raw material and agriculture products can have a very good acceptance and good presence. When we talk about local manufacturing in Africa, it helps basically to reduce the cost in transportation, particularly shipping cost. It also helps to address the import duties and tariffs. To meet challenges of currently what we are facing in Africa is the rate of exchanges, fluctuation of exchange. That helps a lot. Manufacturing in Africa helps a lot in terms of giving a sense of pride. When the local consumer of Africa, when realizes this good is manufactured in the country, it gives a sense of ownership to him, and also he feels that this product is manufactured in my country. Technical support and service can be given very nicely with your technical setup and helps a lot develop a sustainable growing business. In many of the African countries today, local business houses and groups are interested and looking forward for a long-term sustainable business. In this situation, they are looking for the companies who can come to Africa and develop a local setup and create a local footprint. In fact, this local manufacturing also is a very good tool for developing a long-term brand sustainability in the market. For successful retail business, of course, when we talk about automotive product lines, the retail finance is key. And for retail finance, the local banks are looking for the brands or companies who have a local presence. Here, when we have local manufacturing setup and local partnership, it helps banks to facilitate the loan facilities or retail financing very easily. There is also opportunity for working with the various African countries for public-private partnership. I feel that there are a lot of countries in Africa where we have the setups or facilities available. Those can be utilized for manufacturing activity in Africa. Ashok Leyland has been successful in making strong inroads. We have various markets in Africa today, the local manufacturing setup. To name few is Kenya, in East Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Ivory Coast, and Senegal, where our buses or trucks, range of products are manufactured locally and assembled and distributed across places. Besides Ashok Leyland, there are many Indian companies, respected brands who are doing extremely good, like Tata Motors, Bajaj, TVS, Mahindras, and they are engaged in local manufacturing activity in gaining the long-term market share in the place. Apart from the automotive industries, I feel the industries like transport vehicles, transporting solutions, processing, textiles, appliances, electronics, and industrial equipments, food processing industries have a good amount of acceptance and can find a good opportunity for local manufacturing in Africa. Ashok Leyland is a fully integrated automotive manufacturing company and with a high-end focus on technology and customer support. So we are all committed for providing a reliable transport solution to African continent. I strongly believe that for long-term sustainable success in Africa, manufacturing within Africa is one of the most significant strategic tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dashrath. I think in the interest of time, we'll just move to the next speaker. I'll now request His Excellency, Mr. Thomas Nice for Philas and Youth, Honorable Minister of Industrial Development and Promotion of the Private Sector, Republic of Congo.
Mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais d'abord souligner l'importance qu'accorde le gouvernement du Congo au développement des relations sud-sud. C'est pour cela que la délégation du Congo est conduite par M. Jean-Jacques Bouillard, ministre en charge des infrastructures. Je souhaiterais aussi vous remercier pour ce 18e conclave Inde-Afrique, pour l'opportunité et l'honneur qu'il me fait de m'adresser à vous sur la thématique des industries manufacturières pour le marché commun. Il est bien entendu que ce marché commun, c'est la zone économique de libre-échange, la ZLECAf. Avec la mise en place effective de la ZLECAf en 2030, c'est désormais un marché de plus d'1 milliard de consommateurs qui s'offre à tout investisseur désireux de réaliser ses affaires en Afrique. Dans cette perspective, le gouvernement de la République du Congo a lancé un vaste chantier de développement économique à travers le Plan national de développement PND 2022-2026. Ce plan comporte 6 piliers stratégiques, dont 50% en Afrique sans le développement de l'industrie. Les projets industriels retenus dans le cadre de ce PND, Programme national de développement, soit 74 projets, reposent essentiellement sur la valorisation des produits bruts locaux. Au nombre de ces projets figure la construction de 2 unités de production de lingots de fer, du cuivre, de l'or et du zinc. La construction d'une unité de fabrication de l'urée et du NPK, 2 engrais indispensables dans les secteurs agricoles. La construction d'une unité de montage des tracteurs pour la mécanisation agricole. La construction des unités agro-industrielles d'huile alimentaire affinée. La construction d'un laboratoire de contrôle qualité. La construction et équipement des centres des métiers industriels. La réhabilitation du chemin de fer Congo-Océan et son prolongement dans le nord du pays pour pouvoir évacuer sur le port de Pointe-Noire, sur environ 1500 km, le fer qui est produit en grande quantité dans le nord du pays. Vous pouvez constater, mesdames et messieurs, que les éléments que je mets à votre disposition entrent dans la compétitivité et la productivité des entreprises. Et je prendrai juste un exemple pour être basique. Nous avons des terres, mais pour utiliser la terre, il faut labourer et pulvériser. Après, il faut mettre des engrais. Après les engrais, il faut s'aimer et veiller à ce que les produits grandissent normalement et indiquent là une chaîne de valeur que le Congo entend mettre en place suivant les différents éléments que je viens de vous communiquer, éléments issus du projet national de développement du Congo. Pour réussir ce plan, le gouvernement de la République du Congo entend s'appuyer sur des investissements du secteur privé sous forme de partenariat public-privé ou sous forme d'investissements directs étrangers. C'est l'appel que nous faisons ici aux différents investisseurs indiens et africains pour promouvoir, soutenir et sécuriser ces investissements. Des réformes sont mises en place et qui portent notamment sur la loi encadrant et protégeant les investissements réalisés sous forme de partenariat public-privé, l'institution d'un comité national de dialogue permanent entre le secteur privé et le secteur public, où sont formulées les réformes légales et réglementaires touchant le monde des affaires. Ce point-ci permet d'améliorer le climat d'affaires et sécuriser les investissements dans notre pays. Nous avons aussi mis en place un certain nombre d'exonérations fiscales pour les start-up. Un cadre incitatif aussi dédié à l'activité industrielle, à savoir les zones économiques spéciales à vocation exportatrice, et les zones industrielles avec des franchises fiscales étendues sur au moins 15 ans pour permettre un retour sans heurts de l'investissement, la liberté de transfert de fonds, l'exonération des droits de douane pour les équipements agricoles et informatiques. Mesdames et messieurs, il ne me reste plus qu'à inviter les entrepreneurs intéressés, tout particulièrement les investisseurs indiens, à choisir la destination Congo. C'est ici l'occasion de remercier la communauté indienne qui exerce déjà au Congo, notamment dans la distribution, l'exploitation forestière, la cimenterie et la fonderie. Nous citerons à titre illustratif le grand groupe Olam. Investir en République du Congo, c'est surtout investir dans la communauté économique des États de l'Afrique centrale. Une communauté de près de 200 millions d'habitants qui a en partage une histoire, des langues et des habitudes de consommation quasi identiques. Investir en République du Congo, c'est investir dans un pays stable du point de vue de ses institutions et de ses politiques économiques. C'est aussi investir dans une terre vierge, une terre d'hospitalité, un pays qui a une vocation naturelle de pays de transit pour les pays de la sous-région. Les représentations diplomatiques du Congo en Inde et à travers le monde, ainsi que les différents départements ministériels présents sur les réseaux sociaux, se tiennent à votre disposition pour vous apporter toutes les informations nécessaires à cet effet. Mesdames et messieurs, je ne saurais terminer mon propos sans remercier le gouvernement de l'Inde, à travers Exim Bank, pour le soutien qu'il apporte au Congo, 215 millions de dollars américains à ce jour, à travers le financement de 3 projets d'envergure, l'électrification rurale, l'amélioration du système de transfert urbain et la construction de la cimenterie de Tao Tao, dont les travaux devaient être achevés courant 2025. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
I'll now request His Excellency Mr. Rajkumar Indukant Modi, Honorable Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, Republic of Zimbabwe. In the interest of time, I'll just request if you can keep your thing short.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Chairman of Conference of Indian Industry African Committee, Mr. Noel Tata, the President of Confederation of Indian Industries, Secretary General African Continental Free Trade Area, Mr. Wamukele Mene, industry leaders here present, esteemed delegates, members of the media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raj Modi. I'm representing my country, Zimbabwe. I'm a Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce. It gives me great pleasure to address this very important 18th India-Africa Conclave being here held here in the city of New Delhi. India gathering here today is clear testimony for the cordial relation and strategic partnership between Africa and India. Let me say thank you to organizer of the event, Confederation of Indian Industry and its partner for a job well done. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are gathered here, I would like to remind ourselves of the key role played by this platform in deepening the bilateral relation between Africa and India, indeed. The conclave has helped in creating synergies among sector of health, information, and communication technology, finance, agriculture, higher and tertiary education through partnership with the Indian business community. My focus, however, will be on manufacturing of African common markets. It is critical for the African continent to underscore the critical role played by the manufacturing sector in enhancing the global trade. To this effect, it is imperative that during this conclave, we bring to the fore the need for manufacturing-based industrialization as a continent as in the African Union Agenda 2063. Distinguished guests, I urge all African states to really focus on manufacturing of value-added products as we move our economy up the value chain. This is the best way of exploiting the opportunities available by common markets in Africa, particularly Africa Free Trade Area, whose market is approximately 1.3 billion people. The African Free Trade Area, which seeks to eliminate tariff on inter-Africa trade, will make it easier for African businesses to trade among themselves and benefit from the huge market and beyond, including the huge Indian market. However, this benefit can only occur if as a continent, there is an enhancement of manufacturing of those common markets. I therefore make call for all African governments to pursue politics and programs that encourage the setting up of manufacturing facility that boost production of products of high value and quality as to benefit from the bilateral relation between Africa and India. Our government must therefore continue to ride on the trajectory and pursue prudent, the business-friendly policies that will further drive the country industrialization agenda. This will avail opportunity for Indian businesses and financial like to partner with us in pursuit this objective. Once again, I applaud the organization of this event for offering me this opportunity as well as creating a platform for this available interaction. I would like to inform the delegates here that for Zimbabwe, we have a special economic zone which is situated in Victoria Falls. Victoria Falls is one of the seventh wonder of the world. It's a boundary, 3 different countries, Zambia, Botswana, and Namibia, and Zimbabwe. So we have that strategic point that government can offer you the free land, those who want to do the manufacturing. We have different sectors of economy, the pharmaceutical, agriculture, tourism, many more. So if anybody would like to invest in our country, please welcome. Government has got a very good policy on tax concession. Your capital goods, you don't pay the duty, and you have a regional market already, which is 3 countries and beyond that you can trade and export your product from there. Especially on the pharmaceutical, I invite our people that who's in that business, please. It's a very good opportunity because you don't have to look for the market, it's already there. And that you can trade, one more thing is good, is that you can trade everything in US dollar. You don't have to trade anything in the local currency. So this is a good advantage. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now we have come to our last speaker, and last speaker is none other than Mr. Wamkele Mene, Honorable Secretary General, African Continental Free Trade Area. In fact, the whole discussion is about African Common Market and African Continental Free Trade Area. So I invite Mr. Mene to give his talk.
Thank you very much, Program Director, honorable ministers, senior business leaders, senior government officials from both sides, distinguished panelists. It is a pleasure to join you yet again for this annual conclave. When we convened last year, the world was a different place. We convened this year facing very, very severe challenges, geo-economic tensions, geopolitical tensions, and changes that have challenged developing countries, and in particular African countries, and I would dare say India. Therefore, the challenge for all of us is to navigate this new geopolitical and geo-economic context in a way that benefits our countries. As was said by my fellow panelists, the relationship between India and Africa is strong, based on shared values and principles, and based on a common history. Again, as has been said by my fellow panelists, this cannot be the rallying point of convergence between India and Africa. We have to move beyond the emotional, historical bonds and increase trade, bilateral trade, investment, and create job opportunities on both sides. That is why the topic chosen here today is timely. It comes at a time when, as I mentioned earlier, we confront unprecedented challenges due to the prevailing geopolitical context. In 2020, the African continent learned a very valuable lesson that when the global economy and when global supply chains are disrupted, Africa suffers the most. Again, one of my fellow panelists stated this very clearly. This calls into question the need for us to accelerate the establishment of alternative supply chains, alternative supply networks that will enable Africa to prevail where the next crisis takes place. And we know that there will be another crisis. Apart from COVID-19, we are learning from the geopolitical context that prevails between Russia and Ukraine that once again, acceleration of implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area presents the African continent with an opportunity to respond to this crisis. This crisis has caused inflationary pressures on food staples in Africa, food insecurity, and by some estimates, increases of food by up to 30% since the crisis has begun. The African continent imports annually over $50 billion worth of food and agricultural processed goods. In other words, the African continent is a net food importer when in fact we have over 60% of the world's arable land. These two crises, I underscore, demonstrate the need for us to accelerate implementation of the AfCFTA and in so doing, create opportunities for African investors and foreign investors. Let me take one example. In the area of agriculture, by some estimates, agriculture and the agribusiness sector in Africa will increase by 2030 up to $1 trillion United States dollars, compared to 313 billion United States dollars in the year 2010. The emphasis on agriculture in the continent's agenda for development is therefore central to our objective of integration of the market. The agricultural sector, agro-processing, shall create opportunities for import substitution, create opportunities for investment in the agro-processing sector, and contribute to food security in Africa. Our estimates are that where we aggressively reduce intra-Africa barriers to agricultural products trade, particularly basic agricultural products, where we accelerate the implementation of the AFCFTA in basic agricultural trade, not only will we be creating millions and millions of jobs, but we will also be positioning our continent for industrial development through the agro-processing sector. Honorable Deputy Minister of Zimbabwe has just spoken. We are working with the government of Zimbabwe to ensure that 200 million metric tons of maize meal is stored, processed in Zimbabwe, and exported not only to the region of Southern Africa, but to the entire continent. Investment opportunities, job opportunities that will come from boosting and accelerating intra-Africa trade are immeasurable. In the auto sector, we estimate that by the year 2030, 7 trillion United States dollars, an increase of 7 trillion United States dollars will result from liberalization of trade in Africa. By some estimates, such as the African Development Bank, the AFCFTA is a tool to accelerate the manufacturing of components, to ensure that beyond the largest manufacturers of vehicles in Africa, Kenya, South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco, that other countries in the AFCFTA, through the components manufacturing sector, have an opportunity to industrialize the economies, to contribute to Africa's industrialization, and of course, to create jobs in the local industry. Let me make another example of value addition and the importance of value-added production in the context of implementation of the AFCFTA. As we speak, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Zambia are building a special economic zone, a trans-border special economic zone, which will focus exclusively on the processing of lithium batteries to power electric vehicles. This value chain shall be connected to the auto sector of Kenya, of South Africa, of Egypt, Morocco, and other countries on the continent. As the world transitions from combustion engines to electric vehicles, the auto sector in Africa has a very, very unique opportunity to be competitive. In the area of pharmaceuticals, in the year 2019, before the onset of the pandemic, Africa imported $16 billion worth of pharmaceutical products. You will agree with me that a properly tailored import substitution strategy that places African countries that have an interest in the pharmaceutical sector in the center of the pharmaceuticals value chains will enable the African continent to overcome this deficit in the pharmaceutical sector. I've had the honor to visit a number of countries that are producers of the pharmaceuticals. Uganda, Gabon, Senegal, and others are leading manufacturers of pharmaceutical products. However, what has been missing, of course, is a common platform to enable trade, intra-Africa trade in pharmaceutical products. I note with satisfaction the progress that has been made in establishing truly continental value chains in the pharmaceutical sector. For example, the very first of its kind, mRNA vaccine manufacturing plant was opened last year in July 2022 in Kigali, Rwanda, focusing on the manufacturing of vaccines, not only for this pandemic from which we are emerging, but focusing also on other vaccines. A value chain of pharmaceuticals that will connect Rwanda, Senegal, South Africa, and Ghana. These are but a few examples of opportunities for investing in a common market that is underpinned by rules of intra-Africa trade liberalization, intra-Africa investment liberalization, and creating opportunities for all African countries, big and small economies, to benefit from the AFCFTA. And so the focus for our leaders, the Assembly of Heads of States and Government, is not on aid. The focus is on creating opportunities for investment in value chains that will create jobs, industrialize our continent, and advance Africa's economic development objectives. This, in my view, this new focus, in my view, will position our continent for global competitiveness in 20 to 30 years' time. The common market that we are creating today comprises 47 countries out of 55 who have ratified the agreement establishing the AFCFTA, combining a population of 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP which by the year 2035 is projected to be close to 7 trillion United States dollars. Of course, this projection of a market close to 7.3 United States dollars is positive and indeed welcome, but unless we aggressively implement our objectives of a common market, I'm afraid it shall remain nothing but a positive projection. I am, however, deeply satisfied, as I mentioned earlier, that through the leadership of our heads of states, ministers of trade in Africa are determined to make sure that we liberalize intra-Africa trade, advance on industrial development, advance on Africa's economic development objectives underpinned by Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want, to ensure that all countries benefit. We know that implementation of a trade agreement in the context of the challenges that confront Africa shall not be easy. We also know that we require specific tools, introduction of specific tools to enable trade to happen. That is why we're working very closely with our partners to make sure that the tools that we introduce accelerate intra-Africa trade. For example, we have introduced the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, which will enable payments and settlement, trade across regions and borders, trade to happen in local currency without having to resort or buy a foreign or third currency. We have introduced rules of origin that are common, and the same set of rules of origin shall apply to trade, manufacturing of goods and services across the 47 countries that constitute the AFCFTA. When I was here last year, I reported to you that we had, at that point, the Council of Ministers was close to concluding a number of critical protocols that are required for the creation of a common market. Those protocols have now been concluded. They include the protocol on investment, which is important for investment protection, the protocol on intellectual property rights, which is important for advancement of our objectives in public health and pharmaceuticals, industrialization, and the protocol on competition policy. We are on track to conclude the protocol on digital trade, which is important for advancing and positioning the African continent for the fourth industrial revolution. Opportunities between India and Africa continue to grow, and as my fellow panelists eloquently stated, there is room for improvement for trade and investment between the African continent and India. Majority of investments from India to the African continent are in the services sector. They are also in manufacturing, as we've heard from the Tata Group and from the pharmaceuticals industry over the last day and a half. The examples that I cited in agriculture, agro-processing, the auto sector, pharmaceuticals, should encourage all of us to view the African continent as a single market leveraged by the AFCFTA and the market access opportunities that it creates for all investors, African and non-African investors. Of course, creating a single market will take time. We know that it will require industriousness, discipline, dedication, and a continued commitment to the rules that underpin the trade agreement. I am very, very satisfied that all of us who are engaged in the AFCFTA negotiations are fully aware of the demands of creating a common market. We have the example of the European Union as a single market that has been established over the last 7 decades. And as Africans, we've learned from and made observations of the successes and mistakes of creation of a common market around the world, not just the European Union. We know, for example, that a common market that focuses industrialization on only a handful of big economies shall not work. We also know that a common market that focuses only on large corporations shall not work. That is why, under the leadership of our heads of states and government, the ministers of trade are focusing not only on market access, but also on industrialization, job creation, and ensuring that the trade agreement benefits large corporations, as well as small, medium enterprises, smallholder farmers, and young entrepreneurs. Let me, Madam Program Director, end where I started, and that is the path that we have to navigate as we confront these geoeconomic, geopolitical challenges that are of no doing of developing countries such as ourselves. However, this is the challenge that we are presented with. And so I believe that establishment of an alternative path, an alternative set of supply chains is required. What we have learned over the last 3 years is that globally, we underestimated the risk mitigation that is required in the establishment of supply chain networks, global supply chain networks. The concentration of supply chain networks in one part of the world, or only 2 parts of the world, clearly is materially adverse to our economic, industrial, and development interests. That is why we have to work together to establish these alternative supply chains. Not for a moment am I arguing for disengaging from global supply chains. Not for a moment am I arguing for disengaging from the global economy. The point I make, Your Excellencies and Honorable Ministers, is that establishment of supply chain networks that position developing countries such as India and many countries in Africa, position them for self-sufficiency is absolutely critical. And that is a lesson that we must draw from the COVID-19 pandemic and the current geopolitical context. The AFCFTA positions Africa certainly to reach this objective. I want to thank you once again for inviting me, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your inspiring talk and sharing your thoughts on African continental free trade area. And in fact, we are assured that the considerable progress has been made, in formation of this African continental free trade area. That is quite reassuring. My sincere apologies to the audience that we have come to the end of this session, and because of the paucity of time, I will not be able to accommodate any questions. I know, you will have a lot of questions related to African continental free trade area and manufacturing opportunities, but unfortunately, because of the shortage of time, we would like to this thing. So I conclude this session. We had a fruitful discussion on manufacturing for African common markets, and there were speakers from Indian companies who are present in Africa. There are ministers have shared their thoughts how those countries are changing their rules to, invite Indian investments. Then there are, SEZ. We have heard from Lagos Free Trade Zone. So there are already, lots of things are happening. So I would like to conclude that there are immense opportunities, and Indian companies, I think there is no, there's a common market is there. There are SEZs are already there. The rules are being changed, and it's a vast market, vast opportunity over there. So I would urge all the Indian companies to look at Africa seriously for setting up their manufacturing benches. So with this, I think I'll conclude, and I really sincerely thank all the panelists for sharing their valuable thoughts on this topic and contributing significantly to the deliberations. And I also thank the audience and all the dignitaries present over here for your patient attendance in the thing. And I'm extremely sorry that I couldn't take any questions. So with this, I would conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkar. I'd like to request you to kindly hand over a plaque, token of appreciation, to our two African guests here, to the minister from Zimbabwe. I think he's not here, to the minister from Congo, and His Excellency Mr. Mene, Secretary General, African Continental Free Trade Area. And another one to Mr. Mene, His Excellency Secretary General, AFCFTA. May I request all of you to stand close together for a photo opportunity? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this session and move on to another interesting session, creating partnerships for education and skill development. We are going to start with that session right away, so do remain seated. Send them on stage. Our next session, creating partnerships for education and skill development. And for this, we have with us Mr. Sevla Naik Mude, Joint Secretary, CNWA, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, Mr. Ajay Kumar Raina, Group General Counsel, NSDC and Chief Operating Officer, NSDC International. Mr. Manoj Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director, EDSIL Limited. And as a guest of honor, we have His Excellency Dr. Hamad N.K. Bah, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Republic of Gambia, and His Excellency Mr. Patrick Taufik Dauda, Minister of Higher Education, Gabonese Republic. We will now start with the session. May I invite all the speakers for this session to please join us on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, our speakers for this session are here. May I request all of you to please settle down. May I request everyone to please settle down? We are going to start with this session. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Anuj Kakkar, President and Global Business Head, Aptech Limited, India. May I request you, Dr. Kakkar, to please give your opening remarks and take the session forward.
Thank you, CII, and thank you everyone for joining this session. My apologies for starting a little late. We hope we are able to contribute something back from the delayed portion back to the CII kitty. So without further ado, let's get into the session. My name is Anuj Kakkar, but we have a very eminent panel here today to guide us through how India and African partnership can improve, gallop in the field of skilling and education. We have with us His Excellency Dr. Hamad N.K. Bah, Ministry of Tourism and Culture, Republic of Gambia. We have His Excellency Mr. Patrick Dauda, Minister of Higher Education, Gabonese Republic. We have from the Government of India, we have Mr. Mude, Joint Secretary, Central and West Africa, from the Ministry of External Affairs. We have Mr. Ajay Kumar Raina, Group General Counsel, NSDC. And we have Mr. Manoj Kumar, CMD of EDSIL, which of course is a able body helping the Ministry of Education. Now, let me just get into a few opening remarks and then hand over to the more esteemed panelists. I have a list of points here on this sheet, but none of them are new, none of them are big revelations, none of them are secrets, but they are still worth repeating, especially in this forum. Because it is through this repetition and emphasis that we will be able to prioritize skilling and education, which all of us know has a very lasting impact on any kind of relationship, whether it's between countries, between two institutions, or even between two regions. Developing countries like ours, being primarily labor-abundant economies, require immediate intervention for strengthening of human capital. Many of our countries represented in this audience today have been affected by unemployment. And yet, we carry the vast reservoir, as it were, of youth of the country just waiting to be skilled and educated so that they can empower the growth which we all talked about in the last 3 days. So it's a bit of a dichotomy that we see here. On the one hand, we have a vast reservoir of trainable youth, and yet we have unemployment. And it is through a very conscious process that we need to bridge this gap. We all understand that untrained youth, or worse, trained unemployed youth, can become a problem, a social problem, But a trained manpower can actually become the catalyst for any kind of growth that we talked about. Africa, in fact, is one of the regions with the highest investment on education, up to almost 5% of GDP. This is estimated to enhance the political, social, and economic outlook of the continent, which would create a literate pool of talented youth that could be further groomed to meet the business needs for a skilled manpower. With Africa's median age being around 20, it has been fascinating to acknowledge that there exists abundant potential to create productive labor force through adequate provision of diversified education, training, and employment opportunities. I represent a company called Aptec. Aptec has been in Africa for nearly 25 years. Next year, we're going to celebrate our 25th year of our presence in Africa. Every year, we train about 12,000 African youth across 12 African countries. We have 52 institutes and schools physically located in these 12 countries. And it is through this collective experience of 25 years that I am proud and I'm very confident to say that if those of us who are from the Indian and being in the audience today and looking at skilling and education in Africa, it is a tremendous opportunity. It is an opportunity which is just waiting to be tapped. And I say this with some degree of experience and confidence. On the other hand, African institutes, African universities, and various educational establishments will find a lot of opportunities in India for training their youth, for forming collaborations with various universities, private and public, with various private education training bodies. And it is through forums like these that these bonds can be strengthened. There have been various kinds of initiatives which the government of India has been taken both for the Indian population as well as specifically with respect to Africa. The National Skill Mission of India is well recognized as one of the best in the world. The new education policy launched by the government of India has become the cornerstone on which the whole modification of the Indian education system is taking place for the last 3 or 4 years. Similarly, there are some specific initiatives taken by the government of India in bolstering or enabling the education system in Africa. Notably among that is the Pan-African E-Network project. I'm sure Mr. Mudde would like to talk about it. We also have the I-Tech program, which is the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, which is a long-standing program under which the youth from various countries across the world come to India for getting trained, for getting skilled, and thereby going back and finding the right employment opportunities in their countries. It has been one of the most successful and well-established programs of the MEA. I strongly believe that the use of information and communications technology has made it possible to provide high-quality education and healthcare from resourceful urban areas and industrialized nations to inaccessible remote and rural regions. With these opening remarks, I would really like to go back to my seat and invite the dignitaries to share their address. First up, I'd like to request His Excellency Dr. Hamad N.K. Bah, Ministry of Tourism and Culture, Republic of the Gambia, to share his views. Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's all right. Good afternoon, honorable ministers, colleagues, delegates, the Indian brothers and friends and sisters, and of course the Exim Bank, and all other protocols respectfully and duly observed to avoid taking much of time. And I think this is a very important subject that we believe we need to deal with and allow the audience also to give comments and questions to panelists. So I want us to avoid taking all the time for panelists whilst others don't have the opportunity to actually contribute towards this very important session. I will first of all start by saying that the Gambia, as the smiling coast of Africa, as it is known for, has been a beacon of peace, diversity, and rich culture of heritage. Our nation, nestled on the western coast of Africa, is a tapestry of vibrant tradition, breathing landscapes, and warm-hearted people. Today, we gather here to explore the profound growth opportunity that lie within the partnership between India and Africa. India, a nation that embraces diversity, shares deep historical ties with Africa. Our association is rooted in centuries and centuries of shared experience, mutual respect, and the desire for progress. The growth and progress we seek can only be achieved through collaboration and a steadfast commitment to harnessing our collective potentials. In recent years, India has witnessed significant strides in economic and cultural cooperations. The ties between our nations have evolved from mere diplomatic relations to encompass extensive trade, investments, and a flourishing people-to-people exchange. And this has been a testimony of that. We've witnessed the Indian government bringing the cream of our civil service to this country as far back as 2019. Every year, most of our permanent secretaries, including the current vice president, have been to India and experienced the very processes of Indian government style of management of their country and government. Therefore, we are grateful to the people of India and to the government of India. It has been a successful program. Last year also, we witnessed most of our senior government officials, including our permanent secretaries, and some of our diplomats invited to this country and have had some fruitful exchanges and experience between the Indian government officials and the Gambian government officials. But one thing I want to advise, never put all our cream staff in one aircraft. In future, I want them to come on different type of venues and aircraft to India. The bank conclave serves as an important platform to further strengthen and deepen these ties, creating a pathway for sustained growth and prosperity. Tourism and culture played a pivotal role for fostering and understanding bridges gaps and stimulating economic development. The Gambia, with its rich cultural heritage, mutual beauty, and welcoming spirit, offers immense potential for collaboration in the tourism sector. We are committed to opening our doors wider, inviting our Indian counterparts to explore the wonders of our land, experience a vibrant festival, and forge lasting connections. Yesterday, during our deliberation, a student mentioned the differences that they are experiencing with their Indian brothers and counterparts, all because the culture, they have not studied and read their culture perfectly. I think we can march and forge ahead if we understand and read each other's culture. The strength of India has not only been its ability to educate its people, but also the diversity of this great nation on earth. That's India have one of the largest diversities in the world. And that has been the strength of their country's stability and also their strength of their country's development. I think diversity should not be seen as a weakness, but it should be seen as a strength of development. And that's what the Indian people and government have demonstrated to the world. We believe our own people can learn to understand the culture of India, and Indians can learn to understand our culture. The problem has gone back home. We have Indians competing with Gambians on the job of even mere cashier in supermarkets, where our people feel Indians are taking our own jobs, whilst others feel that they have a right to a job. I think the need to develop our cultural ties and educate each other would make our relationship better. as the Vice President told us this morning during our lunch, that culture is more important than anything else in the relationship between India and Gambia. Therefore, we must make sure that we understand each other's cultural values, norms, conventions, and practices so that our unity, our partnership can foster forever to come. Furthermore, it is essential to emphasize the significance of human development within the framework of India-Africa Growth Partnership. As we strive for economic progress, we must not lose sight of the welfare and well-being of our people. Human development encompasses education, healthcare, empowerment, and the overall improvement of living standard. By prioritizing human development initiatives, we can ensure that the benefits of our partnership reach every individual, leaving no one behind. Through collaborative efforts, we can exchange best practices, implement skills development programs, and promote inclusive policies that uplift marginalized communities. Investing in human development is not just a moral imperative, it is a strategic move that lays the foundation for sustainable growth and social cohesion and a better future for all. The coordinator the chairman of this session, have mentioned very important issues. That is the issue of educating our youths. And I always say this, that education is the pillar that no country can do without. If you want to progress, you want to move forward, you must have an educated population. And in this regard, we must thank two countries in the world that I recognize. South Korea and India's greatest strength is the education of their people. In the absence of education of our great youths, who became the cream of our society, the next thing is chaos. And today, Africa, we are victims of a failed educational system that have reduced our youths to be coffins of the Atlantic Ocean. So far, statistics, as of yesterday, 600 dead, 300 missing African youths who have died because they lost hope. They didn't have any educational skill. They have no means of survival. The only alternative is to take the risk, journey of no return, go by sea and risk dying at sea. It's the saddest part of our African history, that we as Africans have not managed our educational system better to give our youths hope in society, equip them with the skills of which they can be proud, be part of a country that they belong to, on a continent that they were born, to be able to deliver and be part of progress. And therefore, we must take this opportunity to say, India, we want to learn from you. We want to make sure that our youths are trained, educated, and equipped for a better future. Our relationship between our two countries, I think the most important part would be how we use education to promote our partnership for the future of children, generation yet unborn. That would make a difference, that when we are long gone, our children will remember what we have done for them. And this partnership, I think India have the capacity and the will to support the government of the Gambia and the people of the Gambia, being a small country, but determined people who are willing to make sure that we move development and we move progress at every level in our society. In our pursuit of a robust Indian-African growth partnership, we must recognize the immense potential of harnessing human capital. The collective intelligence, talents, and skills of our people are the true driving force behind our economies and societies. By investing in education, vocational training, and entrepreneurship, we can unlock the untapped potential within our human capital. Through knowledge sharing, technology transfer, and capacity building programs, we can empower individuals to become agents of change, innovation, and economic prosperity. By fostering an environment that encourages creativity, critical thinking, and lifelong learning, we can nurture a generation of skilled professionals who will share the future of our nation. Let us harness the power of human capital to build a prosperous India-Africa partnership that not only enhances our economic growth, but also uplift our society and pave the way for a brighter tomorrow. As we look to the future, it is crucial that we recognize the immense power of the Indian-Africa Group partnership. Our collaboration must extend beyond economic interests and encompasses sustainable development, cultural exchange, and capacity building. By leveraging on India's expertise in various sectors and Africa's vast potential, we can co-create a future that benefits both our nations and our people. The Gambia, like many African nations, stand at the precipice of growth and transformation. Through strategic partnership, investment, and knowledge sharing, we can unlock new avenues of progress. This Gambia, but also empower our people, preserve our cultural heritage, and foster our environment of mutual respect and understanding. In conclusion, let us seize this opportunity presented by the 18th Conclave Exim Bank on India-Africa Group Partnership to strengthen the bond between our nations. As we embark on this collective journey towards a brighter future, let us remember the words of Mahatma Gandhi: be the change that you wish to see in the world. Thank you, and many of our partnership, we hope, will flourish in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Honorable Hamad Nkiba, for those very encouraging words. I particularly want to repeat the point that you made on the importance of understanding of the culture of all the countries and all the people that interact with each other before we can build a solid foundation for growth. Thank you, sir, for making that point. I would now like to call upon His Excellency, Mr. Patrick Dauda, Minister of Higher Education, Gabonese Republic, for his address. Thank you, sir.
Messieurs les ministres et chers collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs les responsables d'Exim Bank, distingués et invités en vos grandes qualités, Mesdames et Messieurs, j'aurais voulu me passer de revenir sur l'accueil, l'hospitalité, l'opportunité d'organiser cette rencontre fort à propos, puisque mes collègues ministres de l'Agriculture et ministres de l'Investissement du Gabon l'ont fait, mais je veux bien réitérer et faire miennes les observations laudatives qu'ils ont faites à ce propos. Merci encore pour l'accueil. J'interviens en tant que ministre de l'Enseignement supérieur, de la Recherche et du Transfert des technologies pour dessiner quelques lignes de force de ce qui se passe au Gabon et espérer ainsi participer à l'échange et à la construction d'un partenariat fécond avec la partie indienne. Il faudrait bien évidemment que je commence par dire ce qui se passe en termes de mutation dans l'enseignement supérieur et dans la recherche au Gabon, et dont beaucoup d'aspects sont partagés par de nombreux pays africains, voire au-delà. Le premier axe de ces mutations concerne la professionnalisation, avec comme objectif, évidemment, avoir un indice d'employabilité important de nos étudiants, ce qui n'est pas souvent le cas. Évidemment, la professionnalisation passe par un meilleur lien, un meilleur rapport avec les entreprises. Et c'est dans ce sens que, de plus en plus, on met en place dans nos universités des incubateurs et que nous faisons le pont avec l'Office national de l'emploi. Mais c'est aussi, de mon point de vue, l'occasion de dire que nous avons mis en place ce qu'on appelle le socle commun des compétences qui permet d'augmenter l'indice d'employabilité des étudiants, toutes formations confondues, au-delà de leur spécificité disciplinaire. Le socle commun des compétences, ce sont ces matières qui, quelle que soit la discipline que l'on a, augmentent l'indice d'employabilité. Évidemment, vous pensez aux langues de grande diffusion, pensez au management des projets, pensez à tout ce qui est nouveaux métiers dans le développement durable, et j'en passe. Le deuxième axe de cette mutation concerne la valorisation des filières technologiques. Jusqu'à une date récente et encore aujourd'hui, nos universités ont favorisé le développement des filières générales. Pour prendre le cas du Gabon, 80% de bacheliers viennent des filières générales et plus de 80-90% sont dans des filières générales, seuls 10 à 20% sont dans des filières technologiques. Il faut inverser la tendance parce que c'est précisément les filières technologiques qui ont un indice d'employabilité élevé. C'est pourquoi nous avons travaillé à définir les filières porteuses d'emploi. Et au Gabon, elles concernent les métiers du bois. Le Gabon a pris une décision courageuse il y a quelques temps, il y a 10 ans déjà, d'interdire la sortie des grumes et de passer à la transformation. C'est l'un des rares pays africains qui a pris cette décision-là, à la transformation du bois. Et pour arriver à des niveaux élevés de transformation, la 3e, la 4e transformation du bois, il faut former dans les métiers du bois. Mais former dans les métiers du bois, c'est aussi former dans tout ce qui est management, finance, activité autour de la filière bois, toute la chaîne de valeur, j'allais dire. Donc, il y a les métiers du bois, il y a les métiers du bâtiment, il y a les métiers de la pêche. Le Gabon a 900 km de pêche, près de 240 000 km² de territoire marin. Et la filière pêche est encore peu développée. Il faut former dans toute la chaîne de valeur. Et c'est pour ça que c'est un métier porteur. On dira la même chose pour les métiers de l'agriculture. Mon collègue en a parlé un peu ce matin. Toute la chaîne de valeur doit bénéficier d'une formation adéquate de l'agriculteur stricto sensu au management des métiers de l'agriculteur, au financement de l'agriculture. Ben, il y a également le tourisme, l'écotourisme. Le Gabon est un pays connu pour être un des chantres de la lutte contre la préservation de l'environnement. C'est le pays au monde qui décarbone le plus et qui a consacré 13% de son territoire et 20 parcs marins à la préservation de la biodiversité. Donc c'est le parti pris de l'écotourisme. Et bien évidemment, pour arriver à asseoir cette filière, il faut de la formation. Mais il faut également de la formation dans tout ce qui est informatique, et dans tout ce qui est biotechnologie et santé. Il y a certes déjà des structures de recherche et d'enseignement, notamment l'INSAB, l'Institut national en sciences agronomiques et en biotechnologie dans l'est du Gabon. Il y a également l'IRAF, l'Institut de recherche en agronomie forestière. Il y a aussi le CIRMF, le Centre international de recherche médicale de Franceville, qui est le seul labo après celui d'Afrique du Sud en Afrique à avoir un laboratoire P4. Il y a ces structures, il y a le Centre de maladies infectieuses sous-régional à l'est du Gabon et un autre pôle en maladies infectieuses internationales qui s'ouvre. Donc, il y a des acquis sur lesquels on peut s'appuyer pour développer encore plus les filières santé et plus généralement les filières technologiques. L'INSAB dont je parlais fait partie de l'Université des sciences et techniques de Massoukou, dans l'est du Gabon, et l'IRAF, l'Institut de recherche en agronomie tropicale, fait partie du Centre national de la recherche scientifique et technique. Pour asseoir ces nouvelles filières, il faut construire de nouvelles universités. Donc, nous nous sommes engagés au Gabon dans un vaste programme de construction de nouvelles universités, notamment à l'intérieur du pays. Dans les métiers de la pêche, à l'ouest du pays, une université est en train de voir le jour. Dans les métiers de l'agriculture au nord du Gabon, un projet ancien a été remis au jour pour toute la chaîne de valeur qui sera mis en cohérence avec les formations de niveau inférieur dans les instituts et les centres de formation professionnelle. Une université dans les métiers de développement durable dans la capitale est en gestation. Une université également dans les métiers du tourisme et de l'hôtellerie et des centres de formation professionnelle de niveau supérieur pour toutes les filières dont j'ai parlé. Il y a donc l'existant et puis il y a ceux qui restent à construire et pour lesquels nous sommes en train de chercher des financements avec une orientation de plus en plus marquée vers les partenariats publics-privés avec les potentiels investisseurs. Évidemment, on ne peut pas construire de nouvelles universités sans penser à l'environnement académique au sens le plus large qui soit. C'est pour ça, à la construction des universités s'adosse aussi la construction des cités universitaires pour lesquelles un besoin énorme est nécessaire pour l'épanouissement des étudiants. Nous ne parvenons pas, et loin s'en faut, à remplir la demande, puisque sur 60 000 demandes de lits dans la capitale, nous ne parvenons à fournir que 1000 en cité universitaire. Donc le besoin est énorme en ce qui concerne le logement étudiant. Et ici également, nous sommes à la recherche des partenaires qui pourraient nous aider à régler cette question. Pour développer ces nouvelles filières, le Gabon s'appuie sur des acquis certains. Il y a déjà que nous avons en Afrique subsaharienne la plus forte proportion d'étudiants rapportés à la population. En général, la moyenne se situe entre 1,5% d'étudiants rapportés à la population générale. Au Gabon, nous sommes autour de 4 à 5%. Cette forte proportion de population estudiantine fait écho au taux de scolarisation du Gabon au niveau du secondaire qui avoisine 90%. Et nous consacrons près de 2 à 2,5% en fonction des périodes du PIB à l'éducation. Ce sont des ratios relativement importants pour l'Afrique subsaharienne. Donc c'est un acquis, l'implication fondamentale et la part que l'État consacre au budget. Avec là aussi un système d'accompagnement très généreux, puisque jusqu'à une date récente, 100% des étudiants bacheliers étaient boursiers, avec des niveaux de rémunération des bourses relativement importants. Nous avons ramené cette proportion à 70% parce qu'il y avait beaucoup de pertes. À ces bourses s'accompagne plus généralement un accompagnement social qui implique la quasi-gratuité de la restauration et de logement étudiant pris en charge par l'État au moins à 80-90%. Ce qui revient à dire effectivement que s'il y a des partenariats en ce qui concerne la restauration universitaire, la cité universitaire, l'État prendra sa part puisqu'il consacre 80% au paiement des chambres en cité universitaire et des tickets, et les étudiants ne payent que 10%. Il reste que beaucoup d'étudiants gabonais vont à l'étranger se former et nous avons vocation et obligation à inverser cette tendance et à développer la mobilité. Développer la mobilité plutôt que attribuer des bourses, comme nous le faisons aujourd'hui, à nos étudiants, parce que nous avons là aussi des pertes. Beaucoup d'étudiants ne reviennent pas. Nous avons une formation au Gabon en maths sup, dont les étudiants vont passer les concours en France et intègrent les grandes écoles en France pour ne pas revenir. Donc, pour éviter cette perte, nous développons de plus en plus ce qu'on appelle des partenariats de co-diplomation et de co-tutelle avec les universités étrangères, des programmes communs, pas besoin nécessairement que les étudiants se déplacent, on peut délocaliser une partie de la formation et les outils modernes, notamment l'enseignement à distance, permettent de mettre ça en place beaucoup plus facilement. Donc je pense qu'il est tout à fait possible de le faire avec les partenaires ici, et je visiterai 2 universités demain. Il sera question de voir précisément comment mettre en place ces stratégies de co-diplomation, de co-tutelle, de délocalisation partielle de l'enseignement via l'enseignement à distance. Et nous allons pour cela bénéficier de la création récente de l'Université numérique du Gabon, qui offre ces formations à distance, déjà en co-diplomation avec certains pays africains, certains pays d'Europe, et qui entend mettre aussi un partenariat en place avec d'autres pays et pourquoi pas l'Inde. L'université numérique s'inscrit clairement dans le paradigme de l'employabilité et donc de cette mobilité, une mobilité qui n'est pas physique, mais une mobilité qui est également virtuelle. Un autre élément important, je pense, pour le développement de notre coopération, c'est la mise en place des centres de ressources dans les universités. Des centres de ressources en langue, des centres de ressources en outils informatiques. Nous avons à l'Université du Gabon déjà des partenariats avec certains pays qui ont conduit par exemple la Chine à installer un institut Confucius. Là, nous sommes en train de développer un partenariat avec la Turquie et l'Arabie Saoudite pour l'enseignement du turc et de l'arabe et des ressources nécessaires aux soft skills. Je pense qu'il y a quelque chose qui est possible à faire aussi avec le hindi, dans la mesure où progressivement se déploie la politique économique de l'Inde. Et comme vous le savez, depuis cette année, le Gabon a intégré le Commonwealth, donc la demande en termes de centres de ressources est encore plus importante. Le dernier projet dont je voulais parler et qui résume un peu l'ambition du Gabon est celui que l'on a appelé la Cité de la Science. La Cité de la Science est un projet ambitieux qui a 4 volets. Un volet recherche avec des écoles doctorales et des laboratoires de très haut niveau en partenariat avec des gros instituts. Nous avons des partenariats avec l'Institut Pasteur, avec le Smithsonien, avec des laboratoires d'Afrique du Sud et d'autres laboratoires encore, dans 4 à 5 thématiques dont je vais juste énumérer 2. Une thématique concernant tout ce qui est intelligence artificielle, big data, informatique. Une thématique concernant tout ce qui est développement durable. Et une troisième que j'ai failli oublier concernant le développement de la pharmacopée et de la cosmétopée. La cosmétopée, c'est l'utilisation des ressources de la forêt pour les produits cosmétiques. Donc c'est le pendant de la cosmétique, mais avec l'utilisation des ressources de la forêt. Le Gabon est couvert à près de 90% de la forêt, avec des essences prodigieuses qui doivent être exploitées et qui doivent s'appuyer sur la connaissance traditionnelle des populations de l'utilisation de ces plantes. Donc, cette filière-là va être également développée. Ça, c'est pour ce qui concerne le pôle recherche, école doctorale, programmes internationaux. Adossé à ce pôle recherche, il y a un programme développement, enseignement et entreprise qui consiste à inciter les entreprises à s'intégrer dans la Cité des sciences et à développer des produits. Par exemple, je suis ministre du transfert des technologies, il serait souhaitable qu'on monte des ordinateurs, des tablettes au Gabon, que les entreprises s'installent pour faire cela. On travaille également à l'amélioration des semences de riz, des semences de manioc. Bref, cet aspect recherche et développement, recherche-action a toute sa place dans la cité et fait la part belle aux entreprises pour développer leurs produits et faire le transfert des technologies. Je vois que le modérateur est en train de s'agiter parce que mon temps est dépassé. Je saurai répondre à vos éventuelles questions. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very enlightening words. Thank you in particular for highlighting the need for employability generation in your country, and thank you for giving very, very specific requirements that your country has in terms of skill and development, particularly in the area of technology, including things like artificial intelligence, timber, fishing, agronomic areas, use of forest resources. And I'm sure the people in the audience and through them other people would find possible areas of collaboration between business to business, between institute to institute, and between university to universities. Thank you so much for your address, sir. Now may I request the voice of the Government of India, Mr. Sevala Nayak Mude, Joint Secretary, Central and West Africa, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to kindly give his address. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. My co-panelists, particularly delegates from Africa, His Excellency Dr. Hamad N. Keba, Minister of Tourism and Culture from Gambia, His Excellency Mr. Patrick Dauda, Minister of Higher Education, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, well, I'm extremely privileged to be here. I'm also happy to see that this session, creating partnerships, which is more relevant than ever, is being organized. The 18th CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership has seen a massive participation from both India and Africa. It's a great opportunity for both sides to touch base each other and share the experiences and create a new environment for the partnership. Well, I would like to touch upon India's recent education policy, how these policies are shaping our future in terms of the human capital requirement for the industries, and what have been done so far by the Government of India in sharing our experience in this segment, in this domain, and also in skill development with our partner countries in Africa, and what can be done in future, particularly in terms of the creating partnerships for education and skill development. Let me to begin with, since we are running short of time, I will be limiting to few things. I think if there are questions, you may raise at the end if there is a time permit. Today, the world is full of opportunities for the youth generation. It offers variety of jobs and skills required. And these skills are needed in the modern world, not a conventional way. It's a multi-dimensional, multi-discipline. The National Education Policy 2020, which is being implemented, is one such effort to make the academics align with the changing needs. Through this effort, we have brought in reforms to improve the quality of higher education by removing the rigidities of the disciplines and promoting multidisciplinarity. We are making our curriculum more relevant to changing global requirements and providing multiple entry-exit options for students to ensure flexibility in academic programs across skill and higher education. We are also developing technological infrastructure for seamless integration of school, skill, and higher education. Focus is being given on providing experimental learning and hands-on experience through industry-relevant internships and apprenticeships, aligned with the needs of the job market. There are several institutions have come up in different disciplines. Everyone talk about Ivy Leagues in America, but India had created several such leagues. For instance, IITs, IIMs, IIITs, NITs, AIMS, ISR, central universities. These are the few examples where we have created world-class infrastructure in India in education sectors. Well, between India and Africa, education is one of the pillars of a relationship, and India has been sharing its experience through offering scholarships to African students to study in India. India believes that mutual cooperation and exchange are stronger enablers to advance education and human resource development. For this, we have entered into educational exchange programs and established joint working groups with many of our partner countries in Africa. Excellencies, India has been sharing its developmental experiences and capacity building expertise with Africa through our iconic project Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program. It's called ITEC. Scholarships under ICCR and Study India program from Ministry of Education. Another important project, E-Vidya Bharati and E-Arogya Bharati, tele-education, telemedicine. So far, at the third India-Africa Forum Summit, which was held in 2015, India had announced 50,000 educational training slots to African students, out of which, as of now, we have achieved a milestone of over 40,000 slots utilized by the African students. In terms of the ITEC slots under civilians, during the last 5 years, about 23,000 slots allocated, out of which 17,000 have been fully utilized by the African students. Under defense slots, during the last 4 years, 3,000 slots were allocated, over 1,600 slots utilized. I must say here that in many African countries, some of the prime ministers, presidents, and several members of parliaments, and senior civil servants and defense personnel were trained in India. I am proud to share this. The just completed, the president of Nigeria, he was trained in India for over 1 year time in defense. ICCR scholarships is another important tool through which we offer scholarships. Over 6,000 slots allocated, 4,000 already utilized. And similarly, under Pan-Africa Network program that is called E-Vidya Bharati, Arogya Bharati, out of 15,000 scholarships allocated, 14,000 over has been offered scholarships who are studying from Africa, from 22 countries, online degree and masters in important areas. On the skilling front, India has set up several vocational training centers in several countries, and IT centers, center of excellences, science and technology parks, etc., etc. But let me share with you, these are all scholarships offered from time to time, but there is a limitation. The numbers are limited. You can't bring entire Africa to come and study here. The cost of studying in India is much, much cheaper and affordable to African students. Therefore, there are many ways to come up, and we have to find new avenues to continue this strong relationship between the two continents. Self-financing and joint setting up of institutes are the important in that directions. An essential aspect of the new education policy is internationalization of education. It is our endeavors to promote India as an educational hub, a global study destination, providing premium education at affordable cost to the African students. Self-financing, another scheme that one would take interest and join in studying in India. I believe over 25,000 African students are studying under self-financing scheme in various institutes across the country. We also have several regulations brought in to allow our institutions to set up joint or dual degree and twinning arrangements with the foreign higher educational institutions, including in Africa. Our top institutes such as IITs are also setting up offshore campuses abroad. For instance, in Tanzania it's coming up. We also encourage other countries to tie up such campuses in your country by tying up educational institutions in India. We have also recently brought out draft regulations for allowing top foreign universities to set up campuses in India as well, but these are all only for Indian students. Probably some of your students can also come and join. We hope to promote active institutional linkages with our partner countries through this. India remains committed to partner with Africa in efforts towards achieving the goal of universal education and human resource development in our respective countries, regions for 21st century. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mude, for that very enlightening remarks, and in particular highlighting the various initiatives of the government, some of the old ones like the I-Tech program and the ICCR scholarships, but also the relatively newer ones in terms of E-Vidya Bharati and the tele-education, which is not only dear to the government of India, but also dear to Mr. Mode personally. So thank you very much for that. And thank you also for highlighting the need for university-to-university collaborations, whether they be beacon institutes like IITs and the IIMs going outside India, or even otherwise. Thank you so much for your remarks, sir. I would now like to call upon Mr. Pawan Kumar Sharma, Chief General Mr. Ajay Kumar Raina, Group General Counsel, NSDC. NSDC, as many of you would know, is National Skills Development Corporation, and he's also the Chief Operating Officer. Mr. Raina, please.
Thank you, Dr. Anuj. Good afternoon, Excellencies on the stage. Good afternoon, guests present here hearing me. So it's my honor to be present here today at the 18th CII-Exim Conclave of the Indian-African Growth Partnership. The conclave has played a pivotal role in encouraging Indian companies to grow the footprint in Africa. And it's my firm belief that this platform will also give the countries opportunity to collaborate further on the education and skill development. India and Africa have already established a strong collaboration when it comes to the skill development and education, recognition of the importance of investing in the human capital for sustainable development with a shared vision of the empowering the respective populations. India and Africa has initiated numerous programs and initiatives to enhance vocational training, technical education, and the knowledge exchange. Africa is a continent with a young population. Over 70% of the sub-Saharan African is under age of 30. This means by 2050, Africa will have a world's largest workforce, and at least 1 billion Africans will need jobs. The situation is not unlikely India, which currently has the world's youngest population. Africa growth trajectory will also take shape in the way India has, by investing in education, skill development of its youth, who will be the future of the country's growth. However, the large dynamic labor force in Africa can attract investment, stimulate entrepreneurship, and foster technology advancement. By investing in quality education and skill training, Africa can ensure that its youth are equipped with the necessary knowledge and abilities to seize opportunity in the modern economy. India as a nation has recognized the significance of the skill development and has successfully implemented the model of socio-economic growth, offers valuable lessons that can be beneficial for shaping the progressive policies of African workforce. Drawing from the insights of the practical experience gained through Skill India mission, India is willing to share its expertise in establishing the strong skill development ecosystem in other countries. India's readiness to contribute stems from its understanding of the importance of the skilling and the commitment to the fostering economic empowerment and inclusive of the growth. India, with its vast experience in the skill development, has been actively supporting African countries through capacity building programs, scholarship and training opportunities. These collaborations focus on sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, information technology, entrepreneurship, aiming to equip the African youth with the necessary skill and the knowledge to drive economic growth and address the social challenges. We all are aware of the phenomenal work of the Skill India mission launched by our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi ji on 15 July 2015, had done in strengthening the skill ecosystem, focusing on the increasing awareness about the vocational training, certification, and enabling the youth to gain respect and better prosperity in the society. Implementing the approach, the Africa would not only foster the environment of innovation and self-reliance, but also leverage the continent's rich resources and diverse talent in areas ranging from handicraft to trade, commerce, tourism, industry. This model has the potential to stimulate economic growth and provide global platform for the African development. Like the Indian model, where the National Education Policy, NEP, has made the reforms to the school college education by introducing skill development and vocational education as per the course curricula can be designed to insert various vocational education and learning courses at the school stage. This will set a foundation for the sound and informed workforce later. Africa should also take a leaf out of the India's book for strengthening the skill network. India's huge network of ITIs, Industrial Training Institutes, and Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendras, PMKKs, have been instrumental in industrialization training, where the trainers have imparted best-in-class coaching to young and dynamic workforce. Replicating this in Africa could do the wonders and will reap the dividends for Africa. Another similarity between India and Africa is both are the home for variety of cultures. This is not only the important part of the African heritage, dating back thousands of years, but also an asset that need to be leveraged and preserved to bring everyone under the skill net. India experience suggests that African countries should encourage the bottom-up and location-specific approach to skill development, where the policy framework encourages the innovation to meet the local needs and the local development and the local priorities. Indian G20 presidency has played a pivotal role in further enhancing the Indian-African relationship, marked by a significant participation from African nations. The presidency has provided a platform from India to amplify the voice and address the concern of developing countries and global south. There are initiatives like Voice for Global South Summit and other efforts. India has effectively represented the issue, concern, and aspiration of African region, strengthening the ties between India and Africa at the global stage. Also, India private investment in Africa has experienced a significant surge, particularly in sectors such as telecommunication, information technology, energy, automobile. The influx of investment has not only created numerous employment opportunities, but also has contributed to the development of local communities. Before I conclude, I would like to say that our regions share the common histories and face similar challenges. India's expertise in establishing a comprehensive and systematic approach to skill development can offer valuable insight for designing similar skill ecosystem in Africa. What we need to know is to work together to tailor the ecosystem to meet the demand of industries and align with the available talent in various African countries. We are honored to collaborate with Africa on the skill development journey and are committed to provide full support, ensure its success. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raina. I think come very, very key points. Firstly, of course, the tremendous role which NSDC has been playing in giving shape to the Skill India mission through ensuring the structured growth of skill development in the country, and more importantly, the issue of the new education policy launched by India in 2020, under which skilling and education are blending together seamlessly. And there's a point Mr. Mude also made. Another very important point which Mr. Raina made was in terms of the need for local solutions, and which circles back to the point which His Excellency Honorable Hamad Ba made of understanding the culture and the local nuances which exist in Africa across different countries before you can find the right solution for each country. Thank you so much for your remarks, Mr. Raina. I would now like to call upon Mr. Manoj Kumar. He's the Chairman and Managing Director of EDSIL. EDSIL, of course, all of you would know, is a very important arm of the, helps the Ministry of Education through various consultancy and various assessments and various other mechanisms. Over to you, Mr. Manoj Kumar.
Thank you, Dr. Anuji. A very good afternoon to all of you. His Excellency Dr. N.K. Baha from Gambia, and His Excellency Mr. Douda from Gabon Republic, Ministry of External Affairs Additional Secretary Mr. Mude, Mr. Raina from NSDC,
and Dr. Anuj, who is overall coordinating the things. Respected excellencies from the Africa continent, hearing the session, participating in the session, and ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. As we all know, let us understand today the potential of the Africa and the need of the Africa. Basically, two things. First, we are seeing such a warmth in the session today and in the entire conference, this 3 days conference organized by the CII. I have seen it the conference the last year also and earlier also. Year by year, we are seeing such a, increasing response that shows that how togetherness between the India and Africa is going to be in all the sectors. And yes, this today's session for the skill and the education, it is one of the largest and one of the most needed sector which Africa needs and India can help. So to just assess the potential and just the need of the Africa, I will just reiterate a few figures here. It is just told that Africa's digital economy will reach $180 billion by 2025. And by, it will be $712 billion by 2050. And by 2050, about 40% of the world's population under 18 years will have been born and raised in Africa. Coming back to the second thing, regarding the internet access, which I am seeing the potential and need of the Africa continent. As of now, we know the global average of the internet usage is 66%, but in Africa, it is as of now only 40%. Currently, African countries score between 1.8 and 5 on the Digital Skills Gap Index, which is much more far below the average of 6. Of the world's 20 countries with the weakest digital skills, 12 are in Africa, and only 11% of Africa tertiary education graduates have formal digital learning. So this is the status of the African continent and the countries we have. So as of now, we know that my earlier speakers have told that India and Africa has the historical ties in all the relationships, and we have climate also in the country, geography also in the major part of India is the same. Seeing all those things, and India is slightly ahead at least in the IT, in information technology, in the education field. We are having 10,000 colleges and 100,000 universities, which Joint Secretary, Additional Secretary Modi Sahab has told that we have IITs, NITs, ISRs, the class institutions we are having. And EDSIL, which I am representing, and I am CMD of the EDSIL, I am representing Ministry of Education. We have already won a Study in India program in parallel with the ICCR, where we have a memorandum of understanding with India's top 250 institutions, and through which in last 4 years we are operating this scheme, and we recruited many students through the scholarships as well as through the self-financing schemes. And as I will say that more than 60% students have been from Africa, or Africa only, and we will further raise these things amongst this thing. Even in the next week only, my team is going to Gambia and Zimbabwe for further this thing. So we have been completely associated with this thing. So that potential I have already told we are having, and the Indians are already known for the IT excellence, be it the world's top companies, Google, Facebook, whatever. These companies are led by the IT professionals from India. So this Africa continent needs, yes, that need is clearly defined, that all countries needs this fillip to get the IT enabling. And we, IT professionals in India, are able to execute it. And Indian companies, as well as in the past, they have provided the telecom network and in other sectors also. Now the growth and the requirement is much more into the skill as well as in the education. So what we shall do, I am coming to this thing. So one is this thing, I'll say, digital technological appropriation in education is needed. Earlier in the earlier mode of the education, when textbook based and the classroom based is there, still it is there, but we see the speed and the transfer of education and this I will say imparting of education from a teacher to the learner, to the learner is very minimal, maybe 40 students, 50 students, 1,000 students. And if quality teachers are less, then we cannot make the learners educated in the perfect way to a good quantity. These IT tools, maybe in the smart classes, maybe in the form of the virtual classes, maybe in the pre-recorded lectures, maybe in other forms of technological innovations through internet and through the devices. This gap can be bridged. Otherwise, if the African continent and in some parts of India as well, if we go on traditional way of imparting the education, it will take many years to reach the level where the developed countries are today. But since this IT has been used in all the sectors till now, in many industry, telecom, aviation, everywhere it has been used. But in imparting the education, still the need is there, and the more focus is needed here itself. This will bridge the gap between what the developed countries are there and where the Africa and India has to be there. A few things again, I will just brief up and then this thing. I will say that building the capacity of African Union member states in digital infrastructure, that I have already told, and we shall prioritize the teachers training also to enable them to make the education imparting in the digital form. So these two things I will say. And again, I will say that India has a very good this thing in the startup culture. Our IT professionals and all those things, we have a good startup this thing. They have made so many innovative solutions which the country like Africa can develop their all those things. So I think with the know-how and the overall capability of the India and Indian companies, we can impart we can be a good part of the growth of the education sector in the Africa. Recently, we, as Edsel as a company, has executed I think 3-4 years, we are executing a project in Mauritius. We have completely, from class 1 to class 6, class 5, we have already executed the project in 278 schools of Mauritius, where the tablet have been provided with the projector, with the content, with everything, and they are got rid of the textbooks and the paper pencil types of this thing. And this has been wonderfully made use of in the COVID times. I think that similar product can be repeated in the other African countries as well. This is one of these things, but yes, there are many solutions specific to each country's requirements, each country's domain. We can come into the school education as well as the higher education, as well as bridging the gap between the industry and academia, so that all can come to the level of the I think a faster growth towards the becoming the developed countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manoj Kumar. Very insightful remarks. In particular, that you highlighted the need for digital connectivity, where Africa has some catching up to do with the rest of the world, and it may be useful to recap the efforts made by the Government of India through the Pan-African e-network being built up towards this end. And so that's a great thing. And we must also remember that while programs like iTech and others are great, but for every one African student who is able to come here, there are thousands and hundreds of thousands of students who cannot afford to do that or are unwilling to do that for other reasons. And therefore, your suggestions about, or your points about building up digital connectivity are very relevant there. And if I can add one point from my side to that, it's also a huge opportunity for Indian educational institutes to travel to Africa, set up physical institutes, physical education bodies there in various countries. APTEC as a country, as I told you, as a company has been doing it in about 12 countries so far in Africa, and about 30 worldwide. And let me tell you, it's a great learning for us as well. Thank you so much to all the panelists for those excellent remarks. And now I think we have 5 minutes left where we can open up the floor to the audience. If anybody has a question, the rules of the game are that you raise your hand. And when you're asking the question, please state your name, the organization that you belong to, and the country that you represent. And also let us know to whom are you asking that question. Anybody that would like to ask a question? So while you're making up your mind, sir, if I can add one question from my side. This is to Mr. Mode. Mr. Mode, what are the other opportunities that you would like to highlight, particularly in West and Central Africa, that Indian education institutes should emphasize on?
Well, in the current, particularly after the COVID incident, I think most important tool to impart education is online education, which has become very relevant in this context. Therefore, I encourage to learn through the virtual online. And therefore, I encourage some of the universities to have a collaborations. Good number of universities, particularly India, have campuses in Africa. For instance, IGNO, Amity University, and a few other universities. But their limitation is infrastructure in Africa. Therefore, the universities which are already there in Africa, they have to get in touch with them and have a partnership developed. But at the same time, some of the Indian universities also can move to these countries and set up their campus to begin with a few courses and slowly move into courses which are relevant to the context and for the industries and current global situation. That is the way to go forward in education policy with Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mode. Time for one last quick question. Last call. Yes, gentlemen at the back, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ibrahim Khalil Sano. I am from Guinea, and I'm a student. And I have done my courses like just 2 weeks ago. So before asking the question, I would like to say something before. For this session about education and skill development, the place is almost empty. Like, and those who were here, they were not giving more attention. And I think the education is very, very important. It is, we should start from there, because even learning ABCD, we didn't start by
Could you come to your question, please?
Exactly, I'm coming there, sir. My question is how to accompany the students we are, because we are facing two problems. The first one is after graduation, we don't get internship to get experiences, because study is one thing and the experience is another one. I may study, did I understand? So I need experiences. And the second one is about the accommodation. Like Sir said about the culture, when we need accommodation as students, it is very, very hard for us. So we need the help. How can you help us about the accommodation as students? Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sanu. Thank you. Any particular person you would like to answer that question on the panel? If not, I'll take it.
I think Mr. Naik would like to answer that question. Go ahead.
Well, let me explain about accommodation. Some of the universities have their in-house campus hostels, and some of them do not have their how to stay away. Therefore, and it's not in our hand that we can't guarantee accommodation for them. It's not difficult to find accommodation again. But most of the students coming from Africa, their first preference is Delhi city, Delhi and around. That is where the campus issues, and then they have to move away from Delhi. There are several universities in small towns, a good number of universities in southern states or eastern states. They should look for the new opportunities, new colleges, new universities, where there is no campus issues, hostel accommodations. Second issue is a training part, internship. I think in most of the universities, internship is integral part of their education, which is a 3 years or a 2 years course. So they have to complete within that. After that experience, to get experience, they have to work in India. To get employment contract, the minimum salary is required to get a visa. Work permit is $25,000, I'm not sure on what basis we have formed that by definition. But $25,000 at a time getting is difficult. Even for IITs will not get in the first place. So therefore, I will not be able to answer on that question. They have to find the ways to get the job which offers over $25,000 salary.
Thanks for the pointed answer, Mr. Mode. And that's all we have time for today in this session. Thank you to all the esteemed panelists for sparing the time and joining us. It's been a pleasure interacting with all of you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Kakar, may I request you to hand over a token of appreciation to our guest from Africa, to His Excellency, Mr. Patrick Dauda, Minister of Higher Education, Gabonese Republic. And may I request all the guests to please stand together for a photo opportunity. With that, we move on to the next session, which we are going to start with right away. Thank you. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is on the trilateral partnerships. And I just want to inform you that after this session, not everyone is here though, but after this session, we will have a break for 15-20 minutes, after which I request all of you to reconvene here for a small, short cultural program that we put together. It has both the India and the Africa flavor, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. After which, we will join everyone outside in the lawns for cocktails and dinner. Now we're ready to start with the trilateral session. Can we have the... I'd like to invite all the speakers for this session. Mr. Mukul Varshne, Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Communications, Media, India, Africa, Southeast Asia, Middle East, Asia Pacific, John Deere. Mr. Takashi Suzuki, Chief Director General, Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO. Ms. Rosie Glazebrook, CEO, Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. His Excellency, Mr. Ismail Nabe, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister in charge of Investments and Public-Private Partnerships, Republic of Guinea. We have all our speakers with us. Chairing this session and moderating it is Mr. S. Kupuswamy, Co-Chair CII Africa Committee and Advisor Group Finance and Special Projects, Shapurji Palanji Group. May I request you, Mr. Kupuswamy, to give the opening remarks and take the session forward.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies on the dais and elsewhere. If it takes two to tango, can three do is better? So this is the essence of trilateral partnership. I welcome you all to this session focusing on collaboration between India, Africa, and like-minded countries who are interested in the development of Africa, which promote the growth there, with particular emphasis on targeted approaches that cater to the need of African people. Trilateral mechanisms have emerged as a valuable platform, not just providing financial support, but also sharing experiences and expertise to achieve sustainable development goals. Today, India, at the head of G20, is pondering its role on how to leverage the G20 for betterment of the prospects in Africa also. CII, as the lead of B20, is involved in forming an African Action Council, which will be looking at mechanisms to be created for this purpose. When I talk of trilateral partnerships, collaborative initiatives of US Agency for International Aid, USAID, come to mind on three specific issues: feed the future, global health, and global climate change. These initiatives are aimed at promoting innovation and entrepreneurship. Focus on health, urban water sanitation, food security, climate change, and women's empowerment. Notable innovations such as low-cost tractors, organic growth stimulants derived from seaweed, and solar dehydrators have been developed from these initiatives. Another notable example is the India-Africa-UK triangular collaboration, which encompasses climate change, energy, health, investment, nutrition, and education. One of the offsprings of this project is the CETA, or Supporting India's Trade Preferences for Africa, with the ultimate goal of job creation and increased income opportunities in Africa, specifically focusing on 5 East African countries: Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, and United Republic of CETA has demonstrated a significant impact. Partnership between India and France has led to the formation of the famous ISA, or the International Solar Alliance, which is a very important byproduct of trilateral partnerships. India and France have also established consultative mechanisms to address specific issues for North Africa and West Africa. Of late, the United Arab Emirates have emerged as the significant player in this trilateral cooperation mechanism. Together, India and UAE can achieve so many things, food production onwards, but the first product has been an IT excellence center in Ethiopia. Germany too has proposed initiatives like Compact with Africa. The focus of this particular session would be to debate how can we make trilateral partnerships more effective and provide results for all the concerned parties. I request Mr. Mukul Vashni, Vice President Corporate Affairs of John Deere, a nearly 2-century-old organization, to address the audience first. Mr. Vashni.
Mr. Kuppuswamy, Mr. Tazaki, Chief Director, JETRO, Ms. Rosie, CEO, Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, His Excellency Mr. Smile, Republic of Guinea, and my dear friends. It's a great honor to be here today on the CII Forum and on a topic which Mr. Kuppuswamy just mentioned, agriculture and climate change. You know, I represent a company, John Deere, which is an iconic 187 years old American company. It used to make products, but today this company is more known as a technology company using AI, remote sensing, machine learning, and smart connected machines. Over the years, John Deere has become even more responsible and also very committed towards sustainability. When we talk about seeds, when we talk about fertilizers, when we talk about soils health, when we talk about environment, I would just like to cite a few examples that we are responsible to make each and every seed count. And that's why in a precision technology, when we do this sowing, each and every seed has to germinate without wastage, because only then you can help farmers improve productivity and control their cost. We are also very responsible and very concerned about soil health, and therefore we talk about technologies like Exact Emerge, Exact Shot, See and Spray, where chemicals, fertilizers can be reduced to the extent of 60 to 70% as against a conventional use, which actually reduces the cost of input by the farmers. We are also very responsible towards the environment, and therefore we constantly come and talk of innovation in agriculture where there are less and less greenhouse gas emissions happening so that the climate change is not adversely impacted. Now, we talk of agriculture, and I think it's important for us to realize that agriculture is as important as any manufacturing, whether it's a cell phone, it's an automobile, or anything. Fortunately, unfortunately, it's the food processing that has taken a shape of a very robust manufacturing industry, but agriculture production is not seen as a manufacturing industry. It has a supply chain. There are players in the supply chain. It has a processing and production. There are players in production. Then it has an aftermarket where you harvest, and then there is a crop care, and also there is something called post-harvest technologies. But if we look at it in similar way as a manufacturing, I think the whole industry can pose much better results, more partnerships. For example, as I stand, an American company bringing this technology, we are making that in India, and we are actually exporting it back to 110 countries. So as somebody said, it's not just trilateral, it's multilateral impact that we are making. One example, as a TMA, I would like to cite, which actually brought this concept of integrated agriculture, was under the leadership of my dear friend, Ms. Atria, sitting here. And we took all the manufacturers. It was combined manufacturers, it was implement manufacturers, it was also the tractor manufacturers, and a showcase of integrated value chain happened in Bangladesh just recently. I think these are the kind of initiatives that need to be done, demonstrated. The industry must come together. I think that's the time when we can say multi-impact can happen, food security will be assured, and the farmers' lives will become even better because they get a chance to see the equipment that they need for the value chain, and at the same time improve their quality of produce more, and become even more profitable. Now, we are moving from a traditional agriculture to a predictable agriculture. And that's where AI, remote sensing, weather advisories, all these kind of technologies are needed. There are so many startups in this country. There are matured players who are doing this outside the country. They are playing in India because India startup ecosystem is very matured. It's maturing by the day. And I think the technology players, the industry, and the government of various countries in Africa can come together for this kind of a partnership that can help farmers improve that. Last but not the least, I would like to pinpoint a very important area that in India, we have seen that the women in agriculture do nearly 60 to 65% of the agriculture operations. And they are subjected to drudgery. They don't have modern tools or access training. As John Deere, we have been able to bring the training. We have gender-neutral tractors and machines. When I say gender-neutral, they are actually running on hydraulics, which is very, very convenient, and anybody and everybody who has the license can operate these machines. So we have trained several women in Maharashtra, in Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan, and we continue to do so. This, I think, opens another opportunity for us to expand this initiative in various countries in Africa. Me and my team is sitting right in front of here. We are here for another dialogue, and I think we can make agriculture the most sustainable and a very, very matured industry over a period of time. As John Deere says, we run so life can leap forward. I can assure that we, my team, the TMA, of course, is a team, we run for all. Because we want the world to be a better place, the world to have better quality food, and the world to be more healthier. And with that brotherhood message, I leave the stage back to Mr. Swami for the next speaker to come. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Vashni. Mr. Vashni talked about trilateral cooperation and approaches in agriculture, which almost felt like the morning session on agriculture, which again I had chaired. It's very relevant that the field of agriculture requires not just trilateral but multilateral cooperation, because knowledge can come from several sources and they all can be harnessed for the good of Africa and thereby for the good of the world. Once again, to remind you, the Deputy Prime Minister of DR Congo had yesterday stated that Africa is hope for humanity. It can be the bread basket for the world. And that can happen if multilateral or trilateral cooperation can be harnessed for that. Thank you very much. I now request Mr. Takashi Suzuki-san, Chief Director General, JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization, to speak on this trilateral cooperation.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Mr. Kupuswamy, and distinguished panelists and distinguished delegation from Africa, and everyone, very good evening. And first of all, I'd like to appreciate CII and Exim Bank to invite me to such a excellent event. I really appreciate. And I also would like to convey congratulations to this successful event, 3 days conclave. Congratulations. And my organization, JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization, is the Japanese government organization, which is working on the promotion of trade, investment, or any business between Japan and other countries. One thing we are proud, or we can boast of our own organization, is that we have huge global network. We have 76 offices in the world, in 55 countries. And in India, we have 5 offices, here in Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, and Ahmedabad. And in Africa, we have 9 offices, Rabat, Cairo, Lagos, Abidjan, Accra, Addis Ababa, Nairobi, Maputo, and Joburg. So our current mission is not only to focus on just bilateral promotion between Japan and a specific one country, but more multilateral business exchange to make Japanese business more global and innovative. And I very much agree and appreciate the concept of this trilateral partnership, Africa, India, and if you allow us, Japan, to work together for mutual benefit. And by the way, my personal background, it's already more than 20 years ago. My first foreign assignment was being the representative of JETRO Lagos, Nigeria. So I have my the special attachment and the kind of the emotion to Africa that makes me super honored to be a part of this session. And yeah, today's my topic, the first. Recently, my senior colleague retired, JETRO, and he was the most senior researcher on African topics in Japan. His name is Dr. Hirano. And he left his last research on population growth in Africa. And according to his estimate, in 2080s, after 50, 60 years from now, half of the world population will be African. And this is for the first time in human history that such huge population will be concentrated, living in one specific region. So basically, growing population sounds good, especially for us Japanese. We have shrinking population. I rather envy the situation in Africa, but this situation in Africa has two sides, he pointed out. Of course, a good thing is becoming a population powerhouse is going to be a future economic and industrial potential. But risk is, already Mukuru-san mentioned, the agriculture food crisis may happen, especially Dr. Hirano pointed out current low food self-sufficiency ratio in Africa, and also the risk of lacking the infrastructure or unemployment, poverty, social unrest brought by the population explosion. And after a few decades, these problems of Africa will be the problem of the world. So we must have right commitment to contribute to Africa's own growth and development and stability. And we must work on it to make Africa become the future hub for global growth. And by the way, we have almost 1,500 Japanese companies in India. And the majority is the manufacturers. Today, we have the Mr. Mukul John Deere, is one of the biggest manufacturers in India. They used to be focused on India market only. I'm talking about those Japanese companies in India. But recent trend is they are very much keen to export to the world, including Africa. So already car and two-wheeler companies, Maruti Suzuki, you may know, Yamaha, and air conditioner Daikin, they are exporting their products to Africa from their factories in India. But when I think about trilateral partnership, I must say Japanese companies are not expected to simply work with Indian partners to explore African market. Just make in India and export to the Africa means nothing for Africa. Rather, together with Africans, creating the development, growth, add value, or diversification of African industry or its society, or even educating local talents in Africa, these are the most needed approaches. Based on this concept, our organization, JETRO, would like to work on this initiative. And lastly, I would like to give you a few suggestions to these trilateral partnerships. First, about industry. In order to promote economic growth in Africa, it seems necessary for Africa to implement a kind of a Make in Africa initiative or a self-reliant Africa policy in the region. This may be the topic that India and Japan can work together to support such initiatives in Africa. And the next, the connectivity in Africa. The size of African continent is such a huge, and it's bigger than USA plus China plus India together. Africa is bigger than that. So of course, the hard and soft infrastructure for connectivity, and there are 55 nations in Africa, right? Logistics services and urban development technologies are the potential area for this trilateral partnership. And now it's really good to hear the trade initiative called the African Continent FTA is coming up. And I know India and more than 30 African countries, they already have a preferential trade tariff scheme already. But adding to this, it might be the useful approach to discuss on bilateral or trilateral EPAs, including investment, service, and human mobility among this trilateral partnership. And another topic is, Mukuru-san already mentioned, startup. You may know African startups are coming up too. So this is just my personal suggestion to maybe CII. That there is a G20 engagement group called Startup 20. Now it's going on now. And JETRO is actually a part of this Startup 20 and representing Japan. Although South Africa is the only African participant in G20, but it will be interesting to expand this discussion also with other African countries to build the relation among us. And I have one more suggestion to CII. I would like to talk about African conglomerates, also potential partners that cannot be ignored. What about the idea to strengthen more exchanges, dialogues, or B2B opportunities with them? And the last item, this one also Mukuru-san already mentioned, the focus sector must be the agriculture. And as mentioned, the issue of food supply in Africa could become a global risk in the future. So I believe it will be meaningful to establish a forum or dialogue platform where, for example, African, Indian, Japanese could discuss and consider the business-based projects, also working with agri-tech, food tech startups, even with research institutes in their respective countries. And these are my thoughts on trilateral partnership. And again, the last comment, JETRO is committed to be a part of this initiative with our network in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzuki-san. You rightly touched upon self-reliance and Make in Africa, taking after Make in India program of Prime Minister Modi. And you also talked about connectivity, role of startups, and you reinforced, like Mr. Bashni, that focus must be agriculture, because what is Africa's problem today, you said, would become the world's problem tomorrow. Better the world wakes up today. Thank you very much. I now request Ms. Rosie Glazebrook, CEO of Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, to address us.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Kupaswamy, Your Excellency, and distinguished guests. Thank you very much for inviting me to say a few words today about trilateral trade. And I bring a perspective from the Commonwealth, and we're delighted to be here in India and looking at how we can support harnessing the power of India taking a leading role to build partnerships with Africa and other nations in trilateral deals and multilateral success. The soft power of the Commonwealth makes partnerships and trade easier, and it is uniquely placed to ease some of the challenges that we're all facing across the globe today. And as you all are aware, India is a central player in this and one of the largest Commonwealth countries among the 56 that are members of the Commonwealth. And our organisation, the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, is a multilateral organisation that works across all 56 with partners beyond that as well in other African countries and the Middle East. I'm just going to make a few brief points this afternoon, and one of them is about how the Commonwealth is a very useful enabler of the kind of trilateral relationships we're talking about here, and also the role the private sector can play. We're here with 35 strategic partners from across the globe who are all looking to build links with India, Africa and beyond, and form the type of trilateral partnerships we've heard a bit about already this afternoon. The Commonwealth obviously has a comparable legal culture, similarity of professional qualifications and widespread use of English in many of the countries, and underpinning all of this is the Commonwealth advantage, demonstrating it's 21% cheaper to do business with other partners. The private sector engagement is an aid to delivery of many of the projects on the ground, and those are the business-to-business connections we work with. And the private sector obviously has a profit motive as a great way of cutting through where there are projects which involve government and private sector. Breaking down barriers to business is crucial. We need to forge and to bolster our economies through ease of trade, supported by diplomatic and economic solutions, and I'm going to say a few comments on this next. At our Trade and Investment Summit last December, two clear challenges emerged, and one of those is access to financing for infrastructure projects and enabling in-country processing of raw materials. This is a key area for developing nations, particularly in Africa, and we're talking about trilateral mechanisms here. We know there's funding for these projects, and the right financing is critical to tackling global issues and the climate crisis as well. And without a robust and resilient infrastructure, developing countries will become more vulnerable to global shocks. One solution to this is building investor confidence and looking at the establishment of more public-private partnerships, and also benefiting the SMEs, which represent 80% of jobs in Africa, and ensuring there's robust and resilient future for all of them in order to access the finance they need. The second area is around clearer regulations and standards to foster trade through ease of business and bringing products to markets and consumers. We want to break down unnecessary barriers to trade for countries large and small, and one of the ways to do this is to look at accreditation, standards, and the quality infrastructure, so that there's shared recognition of qualifications and standards, and we have some good examples of institutions working with governments, including the Indian government and governments in Africa, and that includes the British Standards Institution, the Institute of Exports and Trade, Accountancy Qualifications Organisation, the ACCA, just to give some examples. So a simplification of these barriers to business has real opportunities for trade and really expands the export basket. So moving into textiles, pharmaceutical products, we've heard a bit already about agricultural products, a key area, and looking at manufactured products alongside fuels. Finally, I would just like to say around leadership, and that the Commonwealth and beyond offers a wealth of knowledge across borders, but also in skills and education. And one of the areas we're interested in is building those industrial, university, private partnerships. And given that 60% of the Commonwealth population is under 30, we're looking to the future here and really looking at how we can support research, development, and commercialisation of new products. India has great expertise here, and it's really being able to support that in ways that can benefit African countries. Finally, I would just like to sort of say thank you very much to CII for inviting us and our delegation here today. We worked with CII for over 10 years, and we're delighted to be able to support Indian businesses and government efforts to lead the business growth in these areas and across the Commonwealth. And we have we're very honoured next week to be hosting a round table of CEOs from CII in London, and we'll be talking about trilateral relationships at that. So with no further ado, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Ms. Rosie. May I now request His Excellency Mr. Ismail Nabe, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister in charge of Investments and Public-Private Partnerships, Republic of Guinea, to address us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, colleague, good people of India. As protocol obliged, just the relationship between Africa and India is growing, and especially the relationship between Guinea and then, India is also growing. And then this relationship dated since the non-alien movement. Guinea and India has been collaborating in many areas. We'd like to thank the India government and the people of India, because Guinea, a few years ago, we had some pandemic, Ebola and COVID. Our people from India or the government of India have assisted Guinea on that platform. And also we'd like to thank the government of India for the training it's providing to the Guinean public servant. Recently, we have about 5 young people from the Prime Minister's office have attended technical training in India, which is very much valuable. Also, when you talk about, I hear that they talk about agriculture, which is extremely important, because Guinea and India, there's no trade imbalance. There's a trade fair, because the last few years between Guinea and then India, we have more than 1 billion trade between Guinea and India. That's a go from gold agricultural product. But what can be important, though, that India need to focus on to develop agriculture. I was very pleased to India from a colleague from Japan saying that Africa, there is a map, we can put Europe inside, you can put India, you can put China. When you see the map of Africa, it's very small, but the land is very big. Because when you look into that, the population of Africa today is not, we hope it can be in 60 years from now. But what you need to know, Africa today is 16 people per kilometer square, which means we are not populated as we wish to be. If you want to improve agriculture, you need to have a people. Today, we have a partnership, a triangular partnership between Guinea, Vietnam, and South Africa to develop agriculture. So, a good example of a triangular partnership is the case of mining in Guinea. Rio Tinto, the new government. Rio Tinto is an Australian English company, is working closely today with Chinese company and also a French company to develop one of the biggest mining project in the world, which is about $15 billion project, which will compose with a 600-kilometer railway, a deep port project, and also building of the iron ore project. That tells you that the project belonged to the Chinese was developing, but the government decided, asked them to come to the table to discuss, and then the good news that they are now working together to develop that project. And that gives opportunity to Indian companies, to other companies as well. Because if you want to develop the port, you want to develop this side of mining, you will need food. We need a supply chain. Basically, what is good, in Guinea, when you talk about agriculture today, we are losing 30% of our production because infrastructure, because there's no warehouse to keep those products. If we can save the 30% of our agricultural product, that can be good. But also, if we can give a product, we have a lot of machineries. I've been meeting a lot of Indian companies. They are doing a lot of machineries production. If we can give machineries to African farmers, they can quadruple their production. That production can feed Africa, the excellent can come to India. Because remember, we have a preferential trade agreement with India, with other countries that can help to take this product to come to India. Also, when you talk about trilateral partnership, I just want to give you some case study with Indian companies. There's an Indian company who's been working with Emirati company, I think Sapuji. They have been working to develop one of the best ports in the country, Emirati company, which is Emirat Global Alumina. We have also, Indian company working with the UK government to provide product, getting UK financing is a lesson. They are developing, working with the UK government to develop project. We have also other Indian companies based in Guinea working with Japanese technology to develop all these areas. Those are the testament of the triangular partnership that Guinea has been working, and we've been imposing that one to our partners. And then that is giving result to us today. Because now, when my colleague from the Ministry of Energy was talking earlier, not only Japan, India, Africa, we should think about Guinea, Malawi, or Botswana. And then African South-South cooperation, we can look into that as well. We need to look at those elements that can help Guinea to develop, and then India in that perspective. And what we believe in Guinea is prosper your neighbor, not beggar your neighbor. So therefore, that's meant. When people ask all the time, I didn't want to come talk about why Guinea? Every country, why Malawi, why Senegal? My answer is that, why not Guinea? Why not the partnership between India, Africa, and other countries? It's extremely important to know, not because of Guinea, but why not Guinea? But we should be, proud to prosper your neighbor, either be in Senegal, our lone neighbor in India, because we have a large number of Indian community in Guinea. They are working hard, they are developing, and also they are working with the local people, which is extremely important. When I see Indian companies all the time in my office, they are coming with Guinean, so they take care of the Guinean people. And then one last thing I wanted to address, though, is African community. Young people are studying in India could be an asset for Indian companies. They need to look into that, because these young people study in India, they know the Indian culture, they know the language, because when you go to the African, in Guinea, for example, we speak French. We were fortunate to study, other part of the world to speak English. But the young community, African community living in India, studying in India, can be a great asset for Indian companies to come and work in Guinea. Guinea is very much, a small country, about 13 million people, but it's an asset because Guinea is a member of ECOWAS, which is economic zone. If you can do business in Guinea, that business can go to other West African countries. Guinea is a member of the Mano River Union, which is 3 countries. Either when you do in Guinea, you can go to Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Mali. Guinea also is a member of the African Free Trade Agreement, which is an opportunity. When you do business in Guinea, you can carry that business to other African countries. As the Honorable Minister of India was talking about today, we have to go beyond what we're doing right now. Free trade agreement, sometimes we are scared because there's no supply. I was speaking recently with the UK ambassador that there's a trade agreement between Guinea and the UK. We can bring the product, but the question is, can we supply? You can go to all the malls. You can talk to the malls of the center in India. If we can bring mangoes or avocados, we'll be able to supply. Do we have the capacity to supply? The question now is, Indian companies, you need to go and invest in Guinea, in Africa, especially on machineries that will increase the production, agricultural production. Lastly, I went to a village. I was talking to an old man. He's telling me, give me a tractor. I will increase twice my production of rice because I don't have a tractor, because my production is that level. If you can give them tractor, you can give them means, machineries, they will increase their productivity. So good people of India, friends of India, Africa has been always long open for business. Let's come together and try to work together to making sure when people are asking, why your country? Ask them, why not your country? Why your partnership between the 2 countries? Ask them, why not? And then therefore, let's try to prosper our neighbors, nor to beggar our neighbor. On that note, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. instead of floating in some fancy theoretical theatrics, you gave concrete example, 2 concrete examples of how trilateral partnerships can work in Africa as also elsewhere. Now, I would like to start off the question answer from the dais itself. I'll first ask Mr. Mukul Vashni, how can we make trilateral partnerships follow a more targeted approach while catering to the needs of African people?
Hello. Thanks for the question, sir. I think one great example, as you rightly said, the youth is in India, studying in India. We are an American company and all the technology, innovations, everything is happening there. But look at the way we are manufacturing in India. I'll give you one example of the latest technology that can directly impact Africa continent is the telematics, where India-made tractors are fitted with a device where traceability, trackability becomes even more convenient. Now, US tractors made in India sent to Africa can really benefit in multiple ways. Not only you have an understanding of where the machine is, but how the machine is performing. What is the acreages it's covering every single day? What crop it is doing? All that information comes on a real-time basis. AutoTrack is another technology where regardless of the size and shape of the land, you get straight line accuracy even in the night to a perfection of 1 inch. Now these technologies are now made in India through an American company, can go to Africa, which can help farmers improve their productivity, improve their profitability, and also help them live better quality of life for production, which can be exported all over the world.
Thank you. That was for targeted approach. May I now ask Rosie? You are the best fitted to answer this question as a non-governmental actor yourself. How can the role of non-governmental actors be consolidated under trilateral partnerships?
Thank you very much indeed. And our organisation is independent, but we work with governments, we work with private businesses, we work with organisations such as CII, and I think that provides us with a unique possibility to really help build these trilateral relationships. And I think because we are independent and able to represent different sectors, different interests, that provides huge opportunities for our strategic partners, many of whom are here today. And so I think from our perspective, we are able to provide a very good opportunity to build some valuable links and set platforms such as the Commonwealth Business Forum, our Trade and Investment Summit, really gives voices to all the different parties who have an interest here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'll ask Takashi Suzuki-san. This is a wild idea. Think of healthcare. Healthcare is the prime need of the day, particularly in Africa. And India has the expertise in construction of hospitals. Japan has excellent world-class equipment. India has doctors and nurses and technicians. Now, can we think of setting up hospitals across Africa with Indian construction, Indian doctors and nurses running the show, Japanese providing the equipment and the funding? Do you think such a partnership would be a viable one?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And when I think about the relation between Africa and Japan on healthcare, maybe it's always JICA, our sister organization, which is doing the aid project. And they actually, with a big funding to African country, they allow them to develop the more health-related environment in each of the African countries. On the other hand, the private business, for example, Japanese pharmaceutical company, medical equipment company, in Africa is still not so many. Because sometimes the specification and the prices are too much for African market. This is the current situation. But I expect, for example, here in India, I said there are thousands of Japanese companies already. But now those healthcare-related companies are now coming to India. And interesting thing is that those Japanese businesses are now starting their global R&D activity in India. So their basic idea is they would like to modify their machinery or equipment with Indian know-how of technology or digital capability. They try to make those equipment more reasonable and disseminatable to those emerging market countries. So I think that combination make those Japanese business even think about the future going to the African market. This is one idea from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellency, who better to answer than more concrete examples on partnerships, trilateral partnerships, and how do you think it can be taken further in the future?
Thank you very much. As I was saying earlier, we have a good case study when we talk about Indian companies. They are working with other partners to develop a project in Guinea. The like of Sapoji, the like of Lawson, the like of Topaz. They are working with third country to develop a world-class project in Guinea. But what I want to also add on is the new law to making sure that Guinea, we've been taking our bauxite. We are called the first or the #1 producer of bauxite in the world, but we are just taking the raw material out of the country. So the government are making a decision to build a refinery in the country. And what is important, that refinery, we have more than 11 companies supposed to do a refinery. But today they are coming together to have a partnership to build one single refinery. One example is an Emirati company, which I believe Indian have been working with, which is EGA. They are working with a French company called Alteo in collaboration with another company, which is Chalco, to develop a refinery. That gives, because the leadership in the country wants us, we are friends with everybody. We want to make sure that you come to the table to develop a project. And then what is important also for the triangular partnership is Exim Bank India is working closely with EBIT, which is ECOWAS Investment and Development Bank. So they've given funding to EBIT. EBIT, as a third party, is giving funding to African countries. That's really helping the process to go faster. Because when you talk about a bilateral relationship, it might be government make some announcement, but the project might not kick off. But they are working closely with ECOWAS Investment Bank to deliver a project in Guinea, which is extremely important. Lastly, Japanese. I believe that Indian company, when it comes to process, we can work with Japanese. JICA, for example, his colleague from JETRO was mentioning. We have a project with Japan. The signing of the project was 2019. Now the project has been delivered after 3 years. I believe that we can use that kind of model of process. Not only the partnership can be through process as well. So India can work closely with Japan or Korea and deliver a project in Guinea. But Guinea is very much open to receive all this collaboration. And then we are very fortunate and happy to the partnership we are having with India through is the leading companies that working with other companies to deliver a project in Guinea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe there will be time enough for at least one question. Who will be the lucky one asking that question? And to whom is it directed? Yeah, please. Okay. Which means, yeah, is there any question? No. None. Thank you very much. It has been a very fruitful session where a novel concept like trilateral partnership, where we are, as I said in the beginning, if it takes two to tango, three can do it better. We are trying to prove it right. I'm grateful to all the co-panelists for having addressed all the serious issues and given concrete examples. Let's hope that in future, trilateral partnerships will blossom further for Africa's and the entire globe's benefit. Thank you very much.
With that, we come to the close of this session, ladies and gentlemen. There is tea and coffee being served outside. I'd like to request any of you who want to go for that, please do so, but come back by 6:15 in another 20 minutes so that we can start with the cultural extravaganza that we planned for you, after which we'll have cocktails and dinner. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Well done, all of you.
And we have investment